Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? Get everything set up here. Boom. A boom shakalaka. Let's go ahead and log in. We're gonna play the wizard some more. Some more. Tell me more. Let's go ahead and go get a new sow. New speed of the wild. We're going to try to level this guy up before the patch that's supposed to be happening in a couple days. Just a few days. Do 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 do. Good morning. Ads kicked in just as you were saying something about a patch. Oh, yeah. I was just saying that the patch, we're supposed to be getting a patch on the 7th, I think. That's what Sean was saying. So I'm trying to get this guy to level 60 before then. Is the goal. So we're gonna see what we can do. Gonna see. Let's see if we can get some speed of the wild. Speed of the wild. There's no speed of the wild at the West Bank? I was quadding orcs in VOZ last night before a group came in and took it all over, so moved to fallen past smugglers just before I logged. Gith was killing giants on the shore when I ran through. Nice. Yeah, I don't know what he's camping. Gith usually camps stuff. I don't know what he's doing. Yay, I got speed of the wild. Here. Take 67 copper. There you go. I'm gating, though. There you go. Thank you. Sometimes I tip too much. Oh, my goodness gracious. What am I doing down here? Hopefully they fix that soon. Hopefully. I have your sound. Oh, My bad. Sorry, Vor. I didn't know who cast it on me. I saw him casting it. I wasn't sure who cast it on me. You don't need the money? Well, I appreciate it. And I'm sure he appreciates the money. I guess. I have no idea. He's level 16, so I'm sure he appreciates it. Okay. I think we're all set. Oh, I got to get more food today. Got to get more food. More food. You're tired of soloing? Yeah. Soloing can get boring. I will give you that. Soloing can get very boring. But you can play at your own pace, whether that be fast or slow. You know, there's benefits and negatives to soloing for sure. I mean, being in a full group can also be boring at times. I've been there before. We're just sitting there pulling mobs. There we go. We got him. Yow, going around. You spin me right round, baby, right round. At least I have someone to chat with and give a hard time. That's true. That's true. Always fun giving people a hard time, right? Is that the last breath? I think that's last breath. I wonder if I can harvest that. I don't think I can. Trying to find Firestalk. I don't know where Firestalk is. That does not sound familiar. You know, I really should not use Blink there. It messes me up when I do. Ba-da-bam, 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 ba-dam. I wonder if using Blink to get back to your camp faster so you can sit down. I don't think that's really worth it. 10 mana, but I don't think it's going to save you like a couple seconds of... Yeah, I mean, it might, I guess. I really feel like Blink should be a longer... it should move you farther. I feel like it doesn't move you far enough. Do 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 do. All right. So we're going to hit 57. We should hit 57 soonish today. 58 is a good level for us because we get a new AoE. Well, I can't look at it right now. I wonder if it's much better. I don't think it's a whole lot better, if I remember correctly. But it is a little bit better. Are closed servers up? Yes, they are. They are indeed. They brought them up yesterday, I think. By popular demand, I guess. So yeah. Thank you so much, Ketalone. But yeah, I guess people were saying that they would prefer to have the closed servers up. And, you know, no reason to have the closed servers down while the open servers are up and all this kind of stuff. So I don't know. I don't know what happened with it. I mean, I kind of agree. I don't understand the reasoning to have the closed servers down while the open servers are up. I think right now it's actually a good idea to have them both open to see the difference. You know, I think it's actually a pretty smart choice to see the difference in the closed versus the open servers to see which one's more popular. Clearly, the closed is going to be more popular, but by how much? You know, things like that. So I'm glad that they did it. Let's get this guy. Oh boy. Stop it. Stop it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got him. Do you have any plan after 60 on the wizard? I want to finish up my alchemy, so I'm probably going to work on that some. But I want to prepare to play one of the 4 classes that are coming out in the next big update, which is supposed to be on June 7th. Oh, shoot. Come on. Are you kidding me? But yeah, June 7th is supposed to be the big update. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, I'll probably play one of the other 4 classes, one of those 4 classes, depending on what comes out. Right now, it would be Spellblade. I do want to mess around on the wizard some, though, and kind of see how the wizard changes are when that happens. But yeah, my plan right now is to get to 60 on the wizard, and then work on alchemy, I think. Do 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 do. Have you missed the 4? So Sean just said that there would be 4. They have not announced what 2 of the 4 are. We know it's going to be Wizard and Spellblade, but we don't know what the other 2 are going to be. It's all speculation at this point. Glad to let us back in. Me too, Helter Smelter, because I had like no motivation whatsoever to play on the open servers. And I was just going to play Path of Exile probably all week. And I mean, I like Path of Exile, but I really don't care to play it that much. Like, it was fun. You know, it's a fun game, but I don't know. I play in general, not just on the wizard. A plan. Oh, do they have a plan? Oh, do I have a plan? Yeah, yeah. Let's see. I only know about Wizard and Spellblade, but Monk and Rogue could use some stuff. I know that. Maybe Monk and Rogue, the other two. My understanding is they're trying to do classes that not need the most, but require the most technical changes. Is my understanding of what they're doing first. That's why they're doing the Wizard and the Spellblade. Because there's a lot of like new stuff happening with the rain spells and the AoE, like the stationary AoE spells of the Spellblade. You know, they're new systems that they want to put into the game to test to see if they're a good fit or not. So my guess is the other two classes will probably be something similar to that, like a Ranger, because they're going to be changing the Ranger completely. Maybe Beastmaster, I don't know. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be the Monk or the Rogue, but it could be. I mean, they could start working on the classes that just need the most work. And Monk and Rogue definitely need that. Rogue, poisons aren't in the game yet, so they need to get those in. So that could be one for sure. But we'll see. Not much scratches the itch MnM does. I mean, it's not really that for me, but yeah, Path of Exile it's a completely different type of game, and I don't know. Not that I don't like it or anything. I don't mind Path of Exile. I still may play it some. Sounds like Beastmaster maybe because their pets are always seeming to give them technical troubles. Yeah, it happens. It surely happens. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they do. I don't know. Been a while since I could catch a stream, but yay. What's going on, General Doom? How you doing, bud? Yeah, so I'll probably sit here and do this on the Wizard for a little bit today. I do want to level my alchemy. I want to finish leveling my enchanting. Oh, so we might work on some of that soon. We'll see. We will see. We will see. Work plus house plus life makes for very little free time. Oh, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Life's hard out there right now. It's very challenging for us, for all of us. It's rough. I feel like nobody can afford anything anymore. We can't afford to have fun anymore. Work. Get ready for $6 gas soon. I mean, it's coming up, isn't it? Oh, geez, Louise. Why did that spin me backwards? Man, I really hate that mechanic. I mean, I get why it's there, but I do not like that mechanic. dang it. Just spin the character. Why the camera? You hate it too? Yeah, it's really annoying. Really annoying. You know, there's certain things in the game that I just find frustrating and tedious and unfun, and I don't really know why some of them are there. But, you know, it is what it is. Still better than the other options of games out there right now. Although some people say that, like, AOA kind of gets rid of some of the tediousness and the bad parts of old school games. Oh, shoot. At least that's what I hear. But, you know, it's got other things for it too. I guess it kind of goes both ways. Can't afford fun, but kindness is free. Kindness is free. You're right about that. And it goes a long way. Soon we're going to go back to lockdown COVID style, but it's going to be people off the roads and using less. You think clean water is going to be going out soon? I mean, we'll see, yeah. We will see. It's a weird world we live in right now. Ooh, I forgot my vitamins. My gummy vitamins that stick together. Don't forget to hydrate. Oh, I've got hydrate. Right here. I got to drink it, though. I'm going to make sure that I drink it. I went for a bike ride this morning. Partly why I was a few minutes late. I went for a bike ride, and I try to make sure that I drink my water on my bike ride, which I did. And then, yeah, every mile I take a sip of my water. That's my goal. Nom nom nom. The Krill eats weed gummies. You know, sometimes he does. You're not wrong. Coors Light flavored vitamins. Nice. Nice. No, I don't really drink that much anymore. They don't divide up your vitamin, Gummy Mate. Got to eat the whole thing, one per day. Yeah, well, this is a take 2 per day. These VitaFusion Min multivitamin. Energy, metabolisms, eye, muscle, and immune health support. I've been trying to take them every day. It's got, you know, 300% of your B12. 351%. Like, I don't understand how they do that. They're like, here's the daily recommended amounts, but we're going to give you 300% of that. And you're supposed to eat this daily. If it's your daily recommended amount, shouldn't you just be getting like 100% out of the vitamin? Like, what's the extra doing? Just turning your pee yellow? Supplements are becoming crazy popular. Yeah, they seem to be. I used to do a lot of supplements back when I worked out. Oh boy. But I don't really work out much anymore. I go on my bike rides and that's about it. You just don't absorb the rest? Yeah, exactly. Like you just don't even use it. So like why are they putting in 300% of a vitamin if your body's not even going to use it? Right? Like I mean, I'm not a doctor. I don't understand how any of these things work. But I would imagine that going over the 300 or going over 100% is not going to do much for you. Oh no. Why'd this guy stop? My. Oh shoot. Don't spin me around. It's rude. I expect they don't really do much. Not nearly as much as a daily exercise and good sleep. Well, I definitely get my sleep. I make sure to get my sleep. I like to sleep for sure. Gotta actually work today. Can't remember any watching streams. You know, probably make more money than I do watching a stream. I don't make any money. Oh boy, yeah. Get your work done though. Get your work done. I'll be here when you need to take a break. You just want to goof off a little bit. Come in, say hello. We'll be here hanging out, chatting about a bunch of nonsense that nobody cares to hear, but I'm saying it anyway. Because why not? Giving my opinion where nobody cares about it. Do 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 do. Oh man. I'm glad I went on my bike ride, but now I'm a wee bit tired. Just a wee bit. Use a bad word, mod caught you. Oh, yep, that'll happen. Killing corrupted Ashira last night. They kept dropping +5 stat leather pieces off trash mobs. Do you know if anywhere the cloth gear drops off trash mobs like that? Not that I know of, no. 29 Wizard is still wearing mostly blank cloth until they can make enough money to buy stuff. Yeah, those Ashira are the only thing I can think of that have the corrupted leather armor. I wonder if that's a good T2 disenchant farm. Are those corrupted items magic? And disenchantable? They probably are. They are? Yeah, I figured they would be. I get $14.50 an hour sitting around with no clients, but around $45 an hour to actually work. Well, you know, you definitely want to do the work then. It's a fantastic T2 place, yeah. There yesterday and can quad kite them easy. Nice, nice. Yeah, well, there's a couple casters over there, aren't there? At that area, like some shaman and stuff, I think. So you got to be careful with those, but outside of those casters, yeah, probably a good place to quad kite. Even if you get a caster or two here and there, it's not too bad depending on what kind of caster you get. Outriders buff them with sound. Well, something that I learned that I did not know is snare, so our arcane bonds, reduces movement speed by 50%. Even if the mob has speed of the wild, they still go the same speed as everybody else. I was not aware of that. So I guess it reduces the base speed down, and then the speed of the wild doesn't factor in. Yeah, it just completely nullifies sound. Like they keep it. They keep speed of the wild. It just doesn't do anything for them. Do 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 do. Uh-oh. Are those going to stack up properly? I don't think they did. We're going to go around that again. Blink. We're going to use a blink and go around one more time so that these stack up the way that I want them to. Stack them up, stack them up, stack them up. Let's go. Christmas carols, yeah. These are MnM Christmas. We do fireworks for Christmas around here, so we're just going to blow everything up with fireworks. Okay, we got a critical hit on one of them. Yep, which means that it's going to stop moving. Of course. Oh my gosh, really? Silly game. Did they say when the open close server back? I'm not complaining, just curious. Why the open to close server? By popular demand. That's the only explanation that I saw. It was just people asked, so they delivered. Which I appreciate, because I didn't want to play the open servers. Had zero intentions of playing the open servers. I don't know. I think this is like uncharted territory for them at this point, because they had planned for the game to actually be released as of today. This would have been day one of early access. So I don't know. I don't think they had planned to have the closed server up as long as they did, and now that people are actually playing it and can, you know, they want to get into it and play it more. Yeah, so it's a whole thing. Only play open servers to test new class changes, otherwise it feels pointless. Yeah, that was the thing for me, is they're planning to do a big class overhaul. Before they put out any of those classes, they're like, let's do a 10-day open play test. Okay, so as soon as that open play test is over, you're going to push out 4 of those 18 classes, and it's going to completely change the way all of them play. I feel like we need to get those classes in and then let everybody play it and see how it feels and see if they like it. You know, it's weird. Like, it was a weird choice. It was a weird choice. But I think the only reason that they put out the open play test is because so many people were saying that they wanted to play. It's as they pushed back the early access launch. They were like, okay, well, instead of the early access launch, we'll just do a long open play test and let people play it, since we had to delay the game. And I think that was like the reason that they did the open. The whole thing was just weird. It was just weird. Think they have enough interest in people playing on open servers to not need to close the closed servers? Maybe, yeah. Trying to appease the masses. They are. They're trying to appease the masses, which is kind of one of those things I'm like, should they? They did this open playtest in lieu of launch push? Yeah, that's the reason they did it. What are the 4 classes? We only know of 2 of them, Ryan. We don't know what the other 2 are going to be. Sean just said it's going to be 4 classes. The only reason to play open server, in my opinion, is if you're new, trying to understand systems, quests, crafting. I mean, yeah, if you don't have access to the closed server, is the only reason to play in the open server. Really, that's it. At least that's my opinion on it. Oh boy. Come on. Come on. Okay, we got him. We got them all. We got them all. We got them all. Are they changing SK and something else as well? We don't know. Yeah, we don't know. We have no idea what the other 2 classes are yet. They have not said. Just call it EA and open the beta. I mean, I think that's a bad idea, but, you know, I get that some people want it. It would be a bad idea to call it early access at this point, because so many other companies have called it early access just to take money on an unfinished, terrible product. And it's kind of put a bad taste in people's mouths, right? Like, we're at a point now where if somebody says it's early access, it better be ready. It needs to be ready. Because if it's not ready for early access, it's going to fail. Like, it's inevitable. It's going to fail. There's too many of these games have come out in early access and just been awful. Whoops. Hitting the wrong button. Button. Who's got the button? And everyone will call rug pull. They will. They absolutely will call rug pull. Which, there's no rug to pull in this game, so the whole rug pull thing is just kind of stupid. Like, I don't like to use that word, stupid, because it's a mean word, but it's a pretty stupid thing to say that this is a rug pull. Like, people have literally been volunteering their time to do this. Like, nobody's making money. Nobody's making any money on it. It's not like everybody at the company's being paid, right? And then we are throwing money at them. Like, I don't know. It's a different thing. That and Open Server came out as Path of Exile 2 League, and now that I beat the Uber bosses in PoE 2, maybe I'll goof around in Monster Memories. Yeah, I mean, did you already finish PoE 2? I only played it a little bit, and I had fun. It was a fun game, but I don't know, man. Like, I kind of prefer Diablo 4 over Path of Exile, to be honest with you. I just couldn't get into Path of Exile 2 very much. Like, I played it a bunch when it first released in early access. You know, I mean, I like ARPGs as well, but I just couldn't get into Path of Exile. It's group think, monkey see, monkey do. Yeah. You love the game, but get paid. Yeah, they definitely. I do want these devs to get paid. I do want them to release the game so that people can get paid. However, if they release the game too early, people might get a paycheck, but then as soon as the game dies, they're just going to lose that paycheck. You know, then they're going to think, oh, I've got a good job that's paying me some money, and it's going to last for 6 months. You know, and then they're going to have to go find another job after putting in so much time and energy. So I just don't want that to happen. I would hate for that to happen. You're also not a Path of Exile fan? Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it, but I definitely prefer Diablo. I don't know why. I just prefer Diablo. You kind of have to understand a lot. D4 is more straightforward. That might be what it is that I just don't have the energy to put in for Path of Exile 2 anymore. The thing with all ARPGs that I don't like, and Path of Exile is the worst, is out of all of these, is basically what you're saying, Lincoln, is that you have to follow a build. Either you have to put in hundreds of hours of math crunching and understanding every single ability and how all the different abilities synergize with other abilities and the formulas for damage calculations. You have to do all of that, which is going to take you tons of time, or you just follow a build that somebody creates. And for me, I mean, sure, I can follow a build, and you can make a build yourself, but it probably won't function very well. And I don't know, it's just not fun. Like, I just don't find that fun anymore. It used to be kind of fun to do some of that number crunching, but I just don't find it fun anymore. Oh shoot. Well, I guess we're grabbing this guy. Meow. Meow. It's my race car noise. I got really good at that when my son was born. Oh boy, this is not good. All right, we got him. We're good. Everything's fine. Boink. That should make up for the difference in that guy. D4 is pretty easy to just play. Yeah, you can just play D4 for sure. If you want to do like the in-game stuff in D4 and you want to really push like the leagues and such, then yeah, you kind of need to get a good build. But I put in a lot of time in D4 when it first came out. Like, I was really into it and put a lot of time and effort and stuff into it. So I learned kind of those formulas and understood the game really well. But really, dude, are you gonna just resist me like that? How dare you? Are you serious? This guy resisted again? The heck is happening here? There you go. For each league, I use POB and theory craft my build. Takes me 12 hours before start league. Yeah, exactly. Like it takes a long time, and that's when you understand the math behind the game, right? Like you already understand it. But for somebody that doesn't understand it, like that's going to take them a lot longer than a few hours. So I don't know. I don't find that part of it fun. I want to get in and play the game, you know, and I think that's why Path of Exile added in that build thing where people can upload builds and then you can download those and it kind of shows you the tree, the path or whatever. But even then, even if you know exactly where to put your points, you still need to understand the build. Because they can tell you, okay, put these points in your skill tree, put these abilities on your bar, and use them. You know, and it's like, well, do I need to use them in a specific order? Sometimes, yes. Do I need to? What do I need to get stat wise on my gear? Like, there's just so much more information that's needed, and that's where I kind of like lose focus. I get it. I understand how it works. But it's just not fun anymore. You know, it's just not fun. But we'll see. I mean, I still might play a little bit of Path of Exile 2, but I also feel like though Path of Exile 2 is one of the, or just Path of Exile in general, just those games and Diablo and all of those games, they're very much, if you're not there the first few days, may as well not play it, because then you're so far behind on the league, you know, and I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. You can still play them. You don't have to just not play it, but that's just how I am. Spreadsheet the build is what I feel. It is, yeah. So you had to spreadsheet everything. The number stuff needs to be straightforward. I don't want to have to do testing on target number to figure out. Yeah, the math works. Nice. They simplified the math formulas since release. Yeah, I agree. I had enough of that in WoW on your. Yeah, exactly. They also keep adding systems every league, which makes it harder for beginners. That's another thing. It's like every time you go back and play it, there's a whole new system you have to learn. And then you're like, oh my God, you haven't kept up with it. So like if I play it once and then I wait, a year and play it again. Well, I've missed 3 or 4 different leagues in a year. Now I've got to learn all those past systems that they added, plus the new system. It's just frustrating. If you wait a couple weeks, the market settles. Yeah, that's another thing. You wait a couple weeks, the market settles. It's a whole thing. But anyway, I think I just prefer to play Diablo 4 out of the ARPGs. Plus, I streamed Path of Exile 2 the other day, and only a few people came in and actually hung out, and I was sad. I was like, man, nobody wants to watch me play Path of Exile. I mean, I'm not great at it, and I don't know what the heck I'm really doing. But, And that's a streamer's life, though. That is a streamer's life. Come here, buddy. Oh, boy. Holy moly. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, my gosh. Okay, we're good. Everything's fine. I caused you to download it? Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, I had fun with it for a little bit, but yeah. And then you uninstalled it. Yeah. We'll see. I might play it a little bit more at some point. Well, I don't know. Right now, I'm really into this game, clearly. Clearly. Holy moly. Jeez Louise, dude. Why do these things have to resist so stinking much? Oh, this isn't good. These are lagging, and I'm going to die. Oh, no. I didn't die. Shocking. I hope they fix that soon, too. This lag stutter that's happening. It is bad. Bad, bad, bad. Been playing the new thing they dropped in D2 has been fun. Oh, yeah? I never played like D2 Resurrected or any of that. I played Diablo 2 so much years ago when that first came out. And then I played it again years later for a long time. Yeah, I played Diablo 2 like a stupid amount. ARPG World, can Diablo 4 players, dad players, casual PUBG is more try-hard sweaty. It is, yeah. I would agree with that. I'd agree with that. Yeah. PoE, that's why people are like, oh, you got to be a PoE 2 player. If you don't play Path of Exile, then you're not really a true ARPG gamer. And I'm like, I mean, okay. You say so. We got time for one more quad before we have to go and get buffs. So we'll do it one more time. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I want to be able to play some other games and stream them. But that's a tough thing to do, to become like a variety streamer. Like I'm kind of, or I've been a variety streamer for years, and it doesn't take off. Like you gotta find a thing and play that. To break out of that is nearly impossible. It's not impossible. People have clearly done it, but it's very hard to do. Only problem with playing D2 online is that I feel like I need an Enigma to play my HOG. Oh yeah. You want to just buy the items. That's true. That's what happens when you get in those bigger games. You can just buy your way up, you know? That's one thing I like about this game is if you go and you buy something, they're only going to have, they only have 10,000 people on this server, right? 10,000 actual players. And out of those 10,000, probably half of them play regularly. So it's pretty easy, I would imagine. It would be pretty easy for them to find out who's cheating and who's buying things online and trading it and all that kind of stuff. So that's a good thing about this game is they can potentially stop that. But in a game like Diablo or Path of Exile, you got millions of players. You know, like at least hundreds of thousands of players. It becomes a lot more difficult to catch those things. A lot of people say solo self found a PoE, which means you can trade. So real money trade doesn't matter. Oh, you can't trade? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen people do that. There's a few streamers, content creators that like to do the solo self-found hardcore mode. And that's another thing about ARPGs is they're basically single-player games, right? They're not multiplayer games. You play them online, but they're not really multiplayer games. I know very few people that actually only play those games in groups. I would love to see an ARPG with like grouping and stuff, like where you want to have a tank, you want to have a healer, and you want to have some DPS, maybe even some CC. I think that could be really fun, but I don't know how they would do that because it'd be very fast paced. It would still come down to DPS. Every single ARPG comes down to do tons of damage, just enough defense, just enough healing to survive, and as much damage as you possibly can. And that's basically every ARPG I've ever played. Sounds like Lost Ark MMO-wise, yeah. Is that a very much an ARPG style MMO? There are a few that are trying and end up mixing League of Legends, Dota, action MMO. I mean, I played like Core Punk, which was kind of like that, but Core Punk ultimately was just not a good game. I just didn't like it. I mean, it was okay. There were some good things about it, but ultimately it was not great. There are a few. Okay, let's go back to town, get another Speed of the Wild. Back to Night Harbor. Sort of what you described, and then an MMO, Scars of Honor, very raw still. Scars of Honor, though, I think was going to be PvP. Something about that game I remember reading, and I was like, nope, I'm out. I'm out. I just really want a good adventure MMO with some in-game content. I actually want a lot of in-game content. That's what I prefer to do. But challenging single group and in-game content is fine with me. That's what this game is supposed to be. But yeah. Doesn't know what it is yet. It's trying to be everything, and that's what's going to ruin it. That's what I said was going to ruin Arcade, not Arcade, New World. When New World was coming out, I was like, what's going to ruin this game is not knowing what it wants to be. They kept saying, oh, we're going to do this with PvP. Oh, we're going to do this with PvE. Oh, we're going to do this with trade skills. Oh, we're going to do... And it was just like nobody knew what that game was supposed to be. Sal, please. Any Sal, please. Sal. Speed of the Wild. Oh, shoot. Did I get... I need to buy wood. I used up all of my wood. Wow, 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 wow. MMO creators don't understand how simple you can make an MMO. Characters need to feel real, important. The world needs to feel wondrous, and the combat must be fun. Everything else is fluff. I agree, yeah. I agree with that. Well, I thought I had more wood than this. I would think that. Pretty kitty. Hey, pretty kitty. All right, there's no wood over here. Well, well, well. Let's see if anybody wants to sell me some wood. I also need some Speed of the Wild. All right, well, we'll take the Speed of the Wild, and we'll go get our own wood, I guess. Just poured it out of Pearson. That was sound. Yeah, this guy's got it. We're good. There's almost always somebody over here that will cast Speed of the Wild on you. Almost always. Wood is free? Yeah, but time. Time is money. Right? Still need wood. Well, I'm kind of gone now. Takes less than a minute to get 20 wood. Yeah, I need more than 20 wood. I want like a couple hundred wood. Yeah, I don't get just 20. I get like hundreds at a time. And then I put it in my bank, and then I just go grab it as I need it. On the open server, the cook had 4,700 wood for sale. Yeah, that'll happen. That's because people on the open server don't know. They don't know what wood is for. They just don't know. That's okay. That's okay. We'll go get wood over here. Ow. I just hit my elbow, and that did not feel good. The age-old joke. Wasn't very funny, was it? It was not. It was not funny to hit my funny bone. It's not funny at all. Ba-ba-ba. Oh, this isn't the open beta. This is the closed beta. We are not playing in the stinking open beta. Why would we do that? Now, they decided to have them both open during this time, I guess, for whatever reason. Wouldn't be surprised if they just said at the end of the open beta, we're just going to leave them both up. Why not? Only 150 players currently in a playtest server. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think it's that concerning. The reason is because most of the hardcore, like, want to play the game a lot players are probably in the closed beta at this point. A lot of them are, right? So the closed beta actually has more players in it than the open beta, even though the open beta, more people have access to it. So it kind of gives you some information there. It's actually very good information for the devs. But also, why play in the open beta when the only reason to play in the open beta right now is to test out different characters or different classes? And unfortunately, well, fortunately and unfortunately, a lot of those classes are going to change soon. All of them are, in fact, are going to change in the next couple of months. Probably by the next time you play the open beta, all the classes might be in. So it kind of, I don't know, it just kind of, it feels bad playing the open beta right now. It feels really bad playing the open beta. Which is kind of what I've been saying for a while, and why I'm glad that they pushed back early access is they can't really, I mean, they can do whatever the heck they want, but they shouldn't release this game and you don't know what the classes are actually, how they're going to play. Because if they drastically change the way that some of these classes play, that's going to feel really bad to somebody who played it in the open beta and was like, okay, I like this class. This is the one that I'm going to choose, and this is one I'm going to play. And then early access actually hits. They start paying money. They realize it's a completely different class. That's going to feel really bad to people. Like ridiculously bad. I go in the internet and type words. If that happened, man, I'd say some stuff. Yeah. It'd be rough. Don't you feel like people didn't really complain about the classes and now it's the main thing they're delaying and changing? I think people did complain about the classes. They just complained about it in a different way. People complained a lot about the classes, in fact. They just didn't complain directly about the class. They just said there's too much class homogenization. That was a big one that was thrown around for the past couple months. They also said that it's basically EverQuest. Everything is EverQuest, which is mostly the classes. So that was a pretty big complaint by a lot of people, is that this game was literally just EverQuest. Which I would agree with. I mean, it was very much just EverQuest. So yeah, I think that people did complain. There was a lot of complaining about the classes. The balance between the classes was bad for a long time. You had abilities that were just way too powerful or way too weak. You have some classes that are just extremely overpowered compared to other classes. Some classes just had more abilities to fill out their roster, and the other classes don't. I mean, there was a lot of complaints about the classes. There was a lot. They're adding the glyphs, which is cool because my name choice and all, but I have a feeling I just won't use them because 10 slots is enough for all the spells I need as a wizard. I don't think a lot of people will use the glyphs. I think people, ultimately, what's going to end up happening, this is just my theory on the matter, I think a lot of people will try to use the glyphs. They will realize that the glyphs are not strong enough. Like, that it's just more work and you don't get enough out of it. And then they're just going to be like, nope, not going to use it. Because it's just going to take a lot more effort to use the glyphs. I mean, just it's simple. It's going to take a lot more effort, a lot more button pressing, a lot more paying attention. And some people will prefer that. People, you know, like that have ADD or something that just have to constantly be pushing a button. Some people will absolutely prefer that. But most people, I think, that are playing this game would prefer to just throw some spells up on the spell bar and cast spells. And 5, so if you think about it, when you're in a group or when you're solo, you have to put up 5 spells for your glyphs. So that's going to be 5, unless the glyphs are at the bottom somehow. But that's going to be 5 spells you have to put up for your glyphs. Right? So that's 5 spells you could put up otherwise. How many spells do you really need when you're in a group situation or in a solo situation? You know, like those five slots are going to be probably enough, probably, for most players. It would be like these first 5 right here, which are what I use for my combat. If I took out all 5 of those and put glyphs instead, that would be the difference. But I don't need any other spell other than these 5 for my damage. Just don't need them. So unless they add in some new spells, which they are adding a few, but you have 3 buffs in your bar? I do. I do. I don't need any more spells. Like, I just don't need them. Like, what's the point? You know, the only other spells that I cast are teleports. Teleports and gate. And that's about it. Yeah. You don't understand the vision? Yeah, I don't really get it either. Like, I mean, I get the idea. I understand the idea behind it, but unless they put a lot of utility spells on there that people are going to want to have access to, I just don't see people using it. Fight the mana dart changes, getting rid of the speed buff, and turning into our main buff. Well, what I take out of that, here's the biggest takeaway for me on the 2 different class changes so far. They are making more abilities, group abilities, rather than buffs that you put on somebody outside of your party. So like you want to group up certain classes together. Now, the issue that I have with that is that it's going to be like, okay, well, you want to have these 6 classes are going to work really well together, and then there's really no other options, you know? Like, unfortunately, like that's what I see happening to a point. I just hope they don't end up like that, but we'll see. What? This guy's still flying around? What the heckaroony? I'm just glad they're giving classes more identity. I hate the way they put hybrid classes in this game. Me too. The hybrid classes were the biggest culprit. Like, they needed to be changed more than any other class. Hybrid classes were just basically, okay, well, let's take a couple of fighter abilities and then spells from these other classes 8 levels later and give them to these classes. And it was just like that. It was the laziest possible way you could develop classes. It kind of annoys me. What's this guy doing sitting over here? So not a good spot do you sit. But yeah, it just kind of annoys me that they put so many hybrids in. And the way that they put them in. I don't know. I didn't like it. I think that was bad. Having common schools of magic can be a lore choice. I mean, it could be a lore choice, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't like it. Like, it's just too much samesies, right? Oh, I play a paladin. Okay, well, I get the same spells as a cleric. You know, paladin had a couple cool abilities with it. It had the ancient guardian. You know, that kind of stuff, and the Crusader, Mark of the Crusader, you know, but ultimately it was just, oh, it's got cleric abilities. Just want to see more difference. That guy really camping right there? Is that seriously where he's going to camp? That's a terrible spot. It's a really bad spot. Whatever, though. What is the blue bar under the XP bar for? That is also XP. Sometimes you have to let kids touch the electric fence so they learn the consequences. Yeah. Whatever. Have fun, buddy. Enjoy your bad spot. What the heck is this guy doing? How many mobs is he getting? feel like he's got more than 4 there. Well, you know, like, I don't know what to tell this guy, but better watch out. Now I'm only going to get 3 because he's encroaching on my area. I'm pumped they opened servers back, but why? Not enough players in the open testing? I don't know why. Yeah, I have no idea why they actually did it. Holy moly, are you serious? Look at the difference in these. What the heck? That's crazy. I killed one and the other one's only halfway dead. How many resists did I get on that thing? That is bonkers. Well, good luck to this guy. He's got very little mana, and he's going to get spawned on in a second. Good luck. By the I mean, he'll have enough mana. Well, yeah, we'll see what happens. We will see. We will see. Yeah, I'm wondering if Sean will end up streaming today and talk about why they opened up the servers or not. He might. Mayhaps, mayhaps. Found that there's just enough time to cast a round of mana darts when I got resisted before Mark of Magic drops. 1 resist on the mob converts to 2 rounds of mana darts. Yeah, you can. So you can do AoE nuke, and then you can do mana volley or whatever, and then you could do AoE nuke. And it should maintain all of them. So if you know that a mob is going to resist more or has more health or something like that, you want to make sure you're targeting that one and hitting it with the mana volley. If you know for a fact that's the case, make sure you target that one in the beginning and hit it with mana volley so that it gets the 5 stacks of the mark, and then start AoE nuking. And then it's going to do 20% more damage, and then 16% more, and then 12% more each nuke for the first 5 nukes. So it can it's a way to catch up make sure that you're good. Yep, there you go, buddy. Don't come to me. Saw that coming a mile away. It's a bad place to sit. I don't know why you would sit there. Very bad place to sit. Nope, now he's running. Where's he going to now? Oh boy. I'm pumped. Just curious. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why. The heck is this guy doing? Some people, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yow. Ah, dang it. Dude resisted me. Don't you resist me. That's rude. How rude. The heck? Wizard changes are expected June 7th, I think. At least that's when Sean said that they're going to potentially do an update with the initial classes. Whoops. What the heck? Did he bring a friend? Had the deep dive anything else? Not yet. Not that I know of yet. We've seen the 2 deep dives so far, and that's it. June 7th seems close considering they haven't even announced the other 2 classes. They have not. Doesn't mean they're not working on them. Oh, yay. Now we have a Charmer over here on top of 2 Quad Kiters. We're going to run out of mobs. Like, we're literally just going to run out of mobs. I don't know why people do this. Like, you go to an area and you're just like, I'm just going to go ahead and camp all these mobs that other people are already camping. Let's just... Why not? I'm interested in Inquisitor and Ranger rework. Yeah, I'm interested in the Ranger for sure. Inquisitor, I don't think is going to change that much. Yeah, I don't see it changing a whole lot. Are camps going to be a thing on release? Doesn't seem like that's going to work, would it? Yeah, camps are definitely a thing. Absolutely, they're a thing. Like if there's enough for 2 people and 2 more come, kind of being, they are, yeah, absolutely they are, and these are free roaming mobs. They're completely free for all for whoever wants to kill them. So that's how they have it written. That's the rules as written, which is kind of silly and it's going to cause a bunch of arguments. But hey, that's how it is. Yeah, personally, I don't feel like their rules are going to work out too well. They're trying to police something that is very difficult to police. I mean, more power to them if they can make it happen, but it's going to be hard. Not all overland mobs roam free, though. Like Sand Giant and SD roams freely, but the Orc Cave... Well, yeah, that's another issue, right? So they have said if it's a camp, like they have rules for camping, they have rules for free roaming mobs, they have rules for all these things. Hard to say. Hard to say. They want some conflict as part of the social aspect of the game. They do. They don't mind. And I mean, I get that. They want some conflict. But the thing is, it's like if you want conflict, you can't have rules. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's weird. They're trying to be like, we want to make all these rules, but we want you to be able to have some conflict, but we want the game to be social, but, like, and it's just... I don't know. It's just kind of weird. Trying to figure out where Ember spawns in the Cinder Beetle caves. Is it Little cubby of 4 beetles directly below the dwarves. That's what I was told, John. Yeah. I haven't personally seen it spawn, but I was told that's where it is, yes. Here's hoping. Try to get bone breakers for your dad and friend. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck. Good morning. My morning's going all right. Going okay. Went on a little bike ride this morning. So that was good. Now just, playing some monsters and memories. I think my hair is dry enough after my shower I can put on my headset. We can turn up the music a little bit too. Oh, charmers. Gotta go and charm the mobs. Well, we just gotta find one. Just gotta find one. The heck are these guys doing? Wow. Whatever. We'll just do these 3 over here, I guess. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Do 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 do. How do you like the Wizard? Wizard's fun. I've been enjoying it. I hope they don't change it too much. I don't think it's going to change a lot with the update coming. But yeah, I'm digging the Wizard. Specifically the quad kiting of the Wizard. I like. It's fun to solo on the Wizard. Playing in the open, started the Druid, but might try another class. Yeah, definitely give them several. Give a lot of different classes a chance for sure. I would definitely try several different ones out. Maybe a pet class. Yeah. Necromancer, super strong solo. The only thing EQ is just the look. The interface is different. The classes are different, but a little. The map, the cities, the zones, all different. This game is similar to WoW. Is similar to EQ. I don't. What? What? What are you talking about? Was that meant for a different chat? My gosh. Just kind of came out of left field there with that. I played the Archer for 3 days. The closed servers were down. Man, they were fun. I like the kiting aspect for Archers. Yeah, the kiting is good. They're a very good kiting class. If you have Speed of the Wild, they can pretty much kill anything. If they have enough time, space, and Speed of the Wild, pretty much kill anything. Question on the Inquisitor class was grouped with one yesterday who was doing all the pulling and CC. Does that continue to be their utility at higher levels, or do they expand other roles? No, they're tank. They're a tank CC class. What the heck are these guys doing? Like, seriously? This is what I hate about people in this game, man. Like, they just come in with 2 people and just start clearing everything. I kind of want to petition it and just be like, this is the problem with your game. Like, this is the problem with the play nice policy. Like, I was up here for hours, minded my own business, and then 2 people come up and basically just take all of the mobs. And because they're free roaming mobs, they're allowed to do that. That's the problem with it. Like, there's literally, the GM will tell me that there's nothing you can do about it. Have we talked to them? They're not going to move. They know exactly what they're doing. And there's rooting mobs everywhere. Like this is the problem. They're not even killing them. They're just rooting them. He said they spawned on him. They spawned on me, is literally what was said. This guy's angry. Hey, what's going on, Jared? How you doing, bud? Sorry, I have somebody that's just not wanting to play nice. Just being rude. Claims that I was rude for saying you might not hogging all the mobs. But but claims I was the one being rude about it. It's ridiculous. Whatever. Streamer privilege. That's 100% what it is, Esar. Streamer privilege. Guy's he's still talking to me about it, by the way. Still going on and on and on and on and on. Oh my god, dude. People are ridiculous. Dude, like, I feel like he clearly knows what he did, but he just wants to defend himself. Oh my god. Yeah, this guy's still... He's mad. He's mad. There's nothing you can do about it, though. Literally nothing you can do. There's a certain person in the Discord that made a thread about this and how he was right to do the other person. GMs told him he was wrong, etc. No, I mean, it's, yeah. This is going to, excuse me, this is going to continue to happen. Because their play nice policy is just flawed. I just sent him a tell and I said, mind not hogging all the mobs. That's literally what I said. And then dude went off on me, saying that I was rude. Okay. Phrasing could have been better. I mean, okay. Could you please, sir, not take all of the mobs and share with me? I mean, he knew what he was doing. That's the problem. Like, they know exactly what they're doing. People know exactly what they're doing. They're trying to cause confrontation, and then when you say anything to them, they say that you are being rude, and then they throw it back in your face. It's a typical strategy, a typical tactic for people like that. How do I know this? Because I do the same thing in arguments. I mean, I don't intend to do it. It wasn't like I'm not going into it going, I'm going to be a complete jerk and fight this person. It's just, that's just how it comes across. Yeah, the victim mentality. Exactly. Like, I do the same thing a lot of times when I get into debates or arguments with people. It happens. But you got to understand the other person's perspective, too. Thought the population was older in this game, not Gen Alpha. Well, I mean, this guy says because when I called him out on dropping the F-bomb, which he did, because, you know, that's very, very tasteful. He's like, well, because I'm an adult. I don't care if you're an adult or not. You know, like, the person being rude, in my opinion, is you at this point. Like, yeah, could I have rephrased what I said? Yes. Could they have rephrased what they said? Absolutely. Okay, so now we're at an impasse. We both could have rephrased how we approach the situation. So how about going forward, we just, I don't know, not be jerks? But instead, the person was trying to justify why they are allowed to be a jerk is because I was a jerk first. Well, you hurt my feelings first. So therefore, I'm allowed to now be a jerk to you. That's just dumb. Play nice policy. You can drop a static F-bomb. Just not a roaming F-bomb. Exactly. Exactly. I don't think rephrasing would have done anything here. No, it wouldn't have done a dang thing. You here for the 45-year-old talking to baby voice? Nice. Nailed it. But yeah, it wouldn't have done anything. I could have been as polite as possible, and they would have been offended by it. Guaranteed it. They still would have been like, still like a bunch of crap happened, and you suck or whatever. Like, literally, it doesn't matter how you start the conversation with people. You can never be perfect. You can never word it exactly the way that they expect you to word it. It never happens in any conversation. Yeah, like I just tried to open a dialogue, you know, like that's all I was trying to do is open a dialogue. He also was saying that when he showed up, I wasn't here. And it was like I literally was commenting that he was sitting over there in a really bad spot and then put a campfire in a really bad spot. So clearly I was here when he showed up. When you switch, come to the stable master. Wait, do you want to camp stuff, Isar? Did you want to do stuff? We can do stuff if you want to. I'm just sitting here getting some XP on the old wizard. You're already there? Yeah, we can do that. I can get on my I can get on the old fighter. I don't even know where we're camping, but I'll camp out. She was BSing for the chat logs. Yeah, that's exactly what was going on. I feel like making it look like I'm trying to be nice and what I don't know. But you know, maybe if they're trying to do that, they shouldn't send an F-bomb as their first response, or it was like the third response. Get into these things that people start typing fake so they have logs and hope GMs don't have time to look. Yeah, I agree. That's what happens. Whatever. It's fine. Let's see. Give me a second, Isar. Let me move some things around here. I also love how, my God, dude, there's like a gnat that just won't go away. I also love how when I called him out, he's like, I'm being an adult. And it's like, yeah, but your response wasn't very adult-like. It's the whole thing, man. Just the whole thing. Crit initiates a message. Hey, you low IQ. Mine not being a jerk. Yeah, exactly. I was trying to initiate a conversation. Yeah. I do that. I'm not the most... I'm not the best with words. Right? I'm not. But, you know, you're out in public. Right? Mine not hogging all the mobs. You know, here's the thing, too. Here's the funniest part about it. Tone does not come through in typed chat or written chat. It just doesn't. You mind not hogging all the mobs? Is different than, hey man, you mind not hogging all the mobs? Very different. How they take it in their head, though, could be 15 different ways. So, might be time to talk about something else, though, right? I mean, give me a topic, Messi. You clearly want to talk about something else. What do you want to talk about? Those particular words sound passive-aggressive. Depends on how you say them. Depends on how you see them in your head. I mean, it could be a lot of different things. People are going to take things that way. You can take things however you want. It's time to talk about Charm. We can talk about Charm Metallica. It's getting fixed. Your span has been like 10 minutes of you telling us the reason he's wrong. Okay. We're talking about it. We're having a conversation. I don't see what the problem is. What about the fact that they caved with reopening the servers? Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it makes sense. I don't know why they wouldn't. Crybaby community, right decision. I don't know. I think on the opening the closed server, I don't know. I think it's a fine decision. I don't see the reason why they should have closed the closed servers in the first place, and just like open new servers. I don't understand why they would do that. That does sound confrontational, though. Just ask, hey man, which mobs are you taking? Because I'm going to take some. Well, that's the problem with it. That's the problem with it, Bus. Like it doesn't matter. It probably, I mean, maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. It probably wouldn't have mattered though, because in his mind, he had already thought he was sharing the mobs. So anything that I said in regards to sharing the mobs would have come across as passive aggressive. It would have, because he already has it in his mind that he was doing the thing that I am now accusing him of not doing. He would take, most people would take it as an accusation, which, you know, it's a whole thing. Played EQ for years, and it's easier to ask this way. I have also played EQ for years. I've also been alive for a long time. Guys, like we all know how this works. It really doesn't matter. If you get somebody on a bad day that's upset about something, it doesn't matter how you approach the situation. I don't know what happened on their end, right? But he clearly had too many mobs. They ended up with 7 between the two of them. They ended up with 7 different mobs. He was probably a little bit frustrated and agitated by that. So to get a message on top of that probably just frustrated him more. So, yeah. That's just a guess, though. Ollie was saying on Discord that the usage peaks for playtests were being handled well. And so they decided to reopen the beta servers, but that doesn't seem like the full story to me. Was saying on Discord that the usage peaks for playtests were being handled well. What does that even mean? Like, I don't understand. The usage peaks. I don't. Yeah. Is that like verbatim what he said, Tedfa? I don't know what that means. Join Discord? All right. Give me a moment. I'll join Discord. Basically what happened.
There was a way to hide your pet.
To hide it?
Yeah. Now I have to go to the stable and bring it.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you could, like, not unsummon it, but just like a Pokeball style thing, right? You just put it in your Pokeball, you carry it somewhere, and you throw it back out. That'd be kind of nice. Unfortunately, I feel it may see misbehavior. Yeah. We're going to see a lot of it, Weary. Like, it's going to keep happening. Population. It might be population. Yeah, I just don't understand what that means. Like, if that was verbatim what he said. I haven't seen the Discord post, so I don't know what it says, but it just seems like a weirdly phrased sentence. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. All right, I'm at the stable.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna give this book there.
All right.
I just got rid of my pet.
Your backend infrastructure was able to handle both the public test plus beta, so they opened both. Is that what that means? I mean, that could be what it means. I have no idea. Like these are legit questions. Not I'm not trying to be like sarcastic or anything with it. I just don't understand. I don't know what they were testing. I think they didn't get as many people join the open as expected. Maybe, yeah. Maybe the peak play, the servers are looking good, so that's a test. So they decided to open the servers. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. They closed the beta servers because they didn't think they had enough server infrastructure provisioning to handle the playtest and beta servers. But after the initial wave in playtest, they decided they could handle both. Sounds good. Yeah. Told me he thought about allowing open testers to play in beta during the 10-day period, but we couldn't have the existing characters, otherwise it would blow up the economy. I don't think it would blow up the economy at all, personally. Like, I just don't... Links are not allowed, no, Tedfa. Because of a few bad apples. I don't think it would mess up the economy, Dream. Do you think it would? Like... Yeah, the economy's already garbage in this game. It's terrible. Like, it's... They just need to fix it. Like, it's... The economy's garbage, as is. They can't manage all the servers now before EA hits. They got problems, yeah. Again, I could probably say that more tactfully, right? The economy in Monsters and Memories is not where it should be at the release of early access. AKA, the economy's garbage. Like, I could say it 15 different ways, and people are going to probably be mad about it no matter how I say it. It would be cool if they open the beta characters, move to close if they get a key. That way you don't have to start over, and the economy of close is already past it. I agree, yeah. I think the economy of close is already well past it. You're yelling again? I know. I tend to do that. That's just who I am. I'm not great with words, guys. Are we supposed to hear Esar? Usually I don't hear your Discord peeps, so making sure for this sake that he's supposed to be broadcast. Can you hear him?
Yeah, I could hear myself.
You can? That's weird. Why? Oh, I know why. I could fix that. Boink. Meow. All fixed. Now the question is, can I hear you? Okay, yeah, I can hear you on the other. Okay. What makes the economy in Monster Memories bad? Well, what makes it bad is that there's no end game money sink. So as people get to the higher level, it's just a constant accumulation of wealth and nothing to take wealth out of the game. So that's where the problem is with the economy. And the closed server has way more high level, 60 characters than the open server does. So they're just constantly gaining wealth. So it's, yeah, the open server is, the economy of that is, whatever. Like, it's not going to mess up the economy of this server. I don't think. Like, it's, the problem is, the problem is, I guess, that the open server has been open for so long and things were very easy to get for a while on that. So like that's the issue with it, is that side of the economy might mess it up, because they've made a lot of adjustments over time for the open servers, where the closed server didn't get some of those adjustments. So it will have an effect on the economy, yes, but it will not. It won't ruin the economy, because the economy, in my opinion, is ruined already. So it won't. It's not like it's going to ruin it further. It'll just have an effect on the economy. Adding in a bunch of new players would actually help stabilize the economy more than anything, because it would have more people to spread the wealth around too. So, it would have that effect on the economy as well. So yeah, it wouldn't ruin anything. Would increasing TTK, like they are thinking, do at some point help with the economy a little? Increasing the TTK probably won't really help with the economy that much, no. I mean, yes, it will affect the economy, sort of. Because if the TTK goes up, let's say it doubles the TTK, right? That means you're getting half the amount of stuff into the economy at half the rate. Invis is fading. So yes, it will affect the economy because things won't be coming into the game as quickly. But will it affect the overall economy at the end of the day? Not very much. Because it's the problem is still that there's not enough money sink, or there's not enough just economical sinks in the game. Is the biggest issue. Here's what Ali said: we don't maintain 6 full power server clusters, but after looking back at metrics over the 2 peaks I figured we can support 2 more servers. Okay, I see what they're going with that. So he's basically saying that they're not doing 6 full servers. They're doing like 6 half full servers, right? In that sense. So if they can maintain 3 full servers, they could also maintain 6 servers at half the amount. I believe that's what I'm hearing out of that statement. Which makes sense. You should be struggling to buy spells and item upgrades. It's not, this isn't WoW. First tune, welcome to your struggle. Twinkie Girl. Huh? Sorry, I was staying in the wrong spot. I was getting yelled at. I'm in trouble, guys. I'm a bad boy. Someone was selling a 2-int belt for 3 gold last night. My main character barely has over 4 gold and was spending 2.5 of that on spells next level up. Yeah. Yeah, it's the economy in the start of this. Here's the whole thing. Like, I mean, it's not really the whole thing, but here's the economy in a nutshell in this game. When you first start, everybody wants everything all at once. So the supply is way down here, and the demand is way up here, right? Am I showing that properly? So like there's a huge gap in supply and demand, with supply being very low and demand being very high. As you play, the longer you play the game, that supply and demand shifts. At some point, it becomes to equilibrium, which means it's perfect. And then it continues to shift this way. We are now past equilibrium, and it's going this direction. As the longer the game goes, the longer this server is alive, the farther it's going to go in this direction, where supply is going to be way up here and demand is going to be way down here. And that is the problem with the economy in a nutshell, the very easy explanation of it. There's a lot more to it than that, but it's the very basic supply and demand. I got my first bone breaker. That was the spot. Nice. Awesome. Three to go. You need 3 bone break or 4 bone breakers? Around level 40, there's nothing to spend gold on anymore? Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it. Did you just give me 1 arrow? What? Wait, where did I get Malik's toothpick? Oh, okay. I didn't realize. Oh, okay. Nice. I was like, I didn't even know where that came from. I'll have to check. I don't know. They might be. They've got more stamina for sure. There might be one less int, but more stamina. Nice. Where did you quad? Level 39? Let's see. I think I was still doing the drakes, the lower level drakes at level 39. I believe that's what I was doing. Not a lot of other int belts. The belt that I have on my wizard is like a frayed something belt. I don't know if it's. I don't think it's the best belt in the game, but it's better than 2 int. I was looking to see where it dropped. I think it's the frayed sash. Yeah, I don't think it's much better than 2 int though. What's that? Yes, yeah, I have a skull. Actually using it. Oh, I might as well show you guys. We did get some raid loot. I actually did a couple of raids. So, they've already seen it. Yeah, they've already seen it. People have been showing it off for a while. So, pretty good stuff. Oh, yeah. 2 int belt off the snake in KB that you can camp at like level 12, I think. 2 gold for that is ridiculous. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the frayed belt is only like 3 int, maybe 4 int at most. The one that I have on my wizard, yeah, it's not much. It's not much better. But yeah, that's the issue with the economy, though, like what you guys were saying, kind of. So it's the supply-demand thing. So what it's doing is it's causing a lot of inflation because the supply is much higher than demand. Well, at first, it's the demand is higher than the supply. And then the inflation is because the demand is still high for some items, but the amount of money that people are making is so high as well. So when you have very high demand and very high cash, coin, that causes the inflation. Because then it's like, well, who's going to pay the most money? And it's like, I've got all this extra money. I might as well bid much higher for it. So that causes this huge inflation. So for some items, the inflation goes through the roof. Other items, however, the cost of them goes way down. So something like right now, copper ore is very high demand and very expensive. It's hard to find it. But you could buy the higher level ore much cheaper right off of the vendor because there's just tons of it. So that's kind of what's going on with this game. They need to find more ways to take out the higher level ore and find more ways to add more copper into the game. So like the copper, the supply of copper needs to go up, and the demand for everything above copper needs to also go up. Or the supply of the higher end stuff could come down. They could do it that way if they brought the supply of the higher level stuff down. But if they do that, then what's going to happen later in the game, right? So it becomes a whole, it's a balance, and it's not easy to do. They're trying to do it. They're just not necessarily doing a super great job of it right now. Thank you so much, Ted, for the sub. I appreciate it, bud. All the support helps. But yeah, that's here for the econ takes. Yeah. So that's basically what it is. But there's a lot of things you could do. I mean, another thing, and people don't realize, like the economy changes in weird ways, right? So they could not just affect or change the drop rates of your ore. Let's say copper is up here and the other ore, like the ore is just wherever the ore is, right? They could affect the rate in which you gain coin from mobs, which would also lower the price on items, or increase the money that you get from mobs would increase the inflation. So that there's a lot of different things. I remember when I was taking my econ classes, we learned, and I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head right now for some reason, but you have a grid, and it's a 4-way grid like this, right? So you have a grid here, 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 and here. And by affecting something in this grid, it would affect something in all 3 of the other grids, right? And it was really interesting to learn all of that. That was like the later classes. That was not Econ 101. But like adjusting one little thing, like the price of eggs could adjust the price of what you pay a nuclear physicist. It was really weird how you can connect those two things. And it was like, what? Why is that? Like, why is the price of one thing over here affecting somebody's pay rate that's completely unrelated? So it's crazy. Which server did you go with? Which server am I on? I'm on the closed beta server. I have characters on Krivia and Rel, but since they opened up the closed servers, I just stuck with that. What if blacksmithing wasn't a major pain in the butt to level? My being value to the other ores? I don't know. Just shooting out ideas. So that's part of the problem, Pull. Is, by the way, thank you for the follow. I saw that you followed yesterday when I wasn't streaming. I appreciate that. But anyway, I just saw your name pop up, and I saw that you had followed yesterday. It was just kind of put 2 and 2 together. So yeah, what if it wasn't a pain in the butt to level? Well, that's the problem with it. On this server, when the beta server first popped up, blacksmithing was probably the easiest one to level. It was way too easy to level. So that caused a problem in the very beginning, which is partly why the economy is so messed up right now on the beta server, and that's because the economy was messed up in the very beginning. And then now they're trying to recover from that. And it's very hard to recover a bad economy. Very hard. As you see in the real world, right? When our economy tanks, it tanks. It tanks hard. And it could take years, sometimes like decade plus, to recover from a bad economy. I mean, the 2008 housing crisis that we had caused the entire economy to crash, and that took at least 5 or 6 years to come back. You know, like this, it takes a long time. Same thing, exactly same thing happened in this game. So in the beginning, when when this game first, or when the beta server first launched, blacksmithing was easy to level up to 230 skill. Then they made it very difficult to level without changing much of anything other than, like, they made 2 small changes. And those 2 small changes went from super easy to extremely difficult to level. So that's basically what happened. The sharpening stones were the fast track and max. Yeah, exactly. Effectively, yeah, basically crappy home loans. Effectively is what happened, yes. That allowed people to get up there super quickly. And so nobody wanted copper for the longest time. Like, copper just wasn't used. Then what they did is what's causing now the copper shortage. And this is the issue with a game currently in development. The issue is nobody wanted copper for the longest time because they were able to just level right past it using the sharpening stones. So then, what did we get? Okay, yeah, I'll put it in, nice. I'll put it in the pile here. Let me see if I can make a pile. Sorry, lost my train of thought there. So yeah, basically no copper was being used. Then they decided to add in the crates, and they used copper. So now, because the crates use copper, all the high-level players went around and grabbed up all the copper to make all these crates. So right now, the demand for copper is way the heck up here, and the supply is way down here because people want to have crates for their houses. Now, once all these players have crates for their houses, then the supply is going to stay up here. The demand, though, the demand is up here. Supply, anyway. It's going to shift it, right? It's going to shift the supply and the demand once everyone has their crates. So that's basically all that's going to happen. It's your trails. Gotcha. Nice. Welcome in, trails. Introduce tax on just being alive in game. People on market will include that into the goods they sell. I mean, yeah. I'm guessing the numbers weren't so great is why they opened the beta ones. I don't know, Umpax. We have a lot of theories on that. I don't know. But according to Ali, I guess, the reason that they only open up, so I can give you this for a fact. The reason that they open servers or closed servers and they shut one down for the other is because they didn't have the server capacity to have all of them open at once. They literally only have like so many machines that can run servers, right? So that's why it's the same machine that's the closed server versus the open server. Literally the same machine. So they take one down and open the other one, and then they swap them back and forth. According to Ali, though, and what people were saying in chat just a minute ago, is that they weren't using the full capacity that particular PC or server could hold. So since they weren't using it, they could open up a second server on the same computer. And, if capacity is up here and they were only using half of it, they could bring another half here. So then capacity, adding those two together is at capacity, basically. What do you mean? Two people clear fast than a wizard. What? I don't know what you're talking about, Ryan. It's just as confusing as the American economy. It is, yeah. It's very confusing. Unlike the real world, though, it's kind of cool that a game dev, you have a lot of power over all the inputs and drop rates. It feels like an economist's dream to play around with like that. I've always wanted to. When I went to school, so when I went to college, little short story on my part. When I went to college, my goal was to be a game developer. I went to college and took a lot of programming classes my first year of college. I quickly realized I didn't like the programming side. And when I went to college back in 2000, game development was a lot of programming. You didn't have all this Unity and Unreal Engine where it was just, drag things around, and it wasn't like a graphical interface to game develop. They had Visual Basic, but Visual Basic couldn't do a whole lot. So we had to learn a lot of coding. It wasn't like I was bad at it or anything. It was just that I didn't enjoy doing it, and it kind of took the fun out of game development. It took it out of me. So what I decided to do instead, thinking back to EverQuest, This is an absolutely true story. I was playing EverQuest at the time when I first started college, and I'm like, the economy in this game sucks. What could I do to make it better? Oh, I could become an economist. So I started taking business classes, and I decided to get a degree in economy or economics. So I went in that route, and I was thinking, I will now use this to then go into game development, and I'll do the economics of a video game. That was my idea. Well, unfortunately, game developers don't really hire a lot of economists. My goodness, I can't speak today. They don't hire a lot of them. They should hire more than they do, but they don't. I feel like it's because they've taken a lot of math classes and they just think that they know how an economy works. Spoiler alert, they don't. They're actually really bad at it. Like they can understand the math. That's one side of the economy, but you also have to understand the psychological side. There's a lot more to the economy than just math. So anyway, that's basically what happened. So I ended up not getting a job in the gaming industry. I went into real estate to kind of sum up that whole thing. All the programming classes I took in college all became obsolete. Thank God I went into medicine. Exactly. So like that was the issue, right? I could have. The technology changes so quickly that by the time, if you start your college degree and in 4 years, by the time you get out of college, the stuff you learned the first year, maybe the second year, is already obsolete and you now need to learn new stuff. Like, I feel like going to college for programming and computer and like gaming design and stuff like maybe game design would be okay, but programming is like, no, you need to learn that outside of school. Like that's just something that, what are they going to teach you in school, in college? They're not going to teach you anything that you already, like you need to know all that stuff going into college. And then you need to learn more through college. And then you continue to learn out of college. To me, going to college for a programming degree is pointless. But, you know, I don't know. Like I said, I didn't like it. I didn't want to do it. So maybe I'm wrong on that, but it seems kind of a pointless thing. I use my economics degree way more. Way more. But like the economics, you could put into a lot of different things in the game, though. Drop rates is another thing with economics. Like how much, it's not just the money side of things. You also have to look at the drop rates. You also have to look at how often are things used in the game. All of that stuff has to be looked at. So like when you get cloth, when cloth drops on an enemy, how often does it drop? And then how many people are actually going to be using the cloth? How many different trade skills are using the cloth? How much cloth do you use per item that you make? All of that is economics. And they got some of that right. Like I would give them credit on that. If you look at the statistics, you can see that their cloth drop rates are much higher than their leather scraps. And the reason for that is because they also have animals that drop hides that create leather scraps. So it kind of then balances those out. So you have to balance out like how much cloth comes into the economy for the players, how much leather scraps come in, how much ore comes in, and then now how much of that is actually coming back out. 1% drop rate means something very different economically when you have 100 players versus 10,000. Exactly. Absolutely. Well, it does and it doesn't, Italica. A 1% drop rate if it's on like every mob in the game and you have 10,000 players. But if it's a 1% drop rate and only one mob in the game can drop it, then you have to base it off of how quickly that mob spawns and then how often people are actually camping it. So it's a very different calculation. So like, let's say you have a named mob that has a 1% drop rate on a rare item, and that mob spawns every 10 minutes. Well, the mob can spawn every 10 minutes, but it only has a 20% chance to spawn. And then that item is a 1% chance on top of that. So really, you only have a 20% chance of that 1% chance every 10 minutes to get that item. So it becomes like a 0.2% chance every 10 minutes to get that item. So then you have to do 0.2, and you have to do all the math on there to find out, well, how long is it going to take for that that item to drop? Average time for that item to drop. So at 0.2% chance that it drops, you have to then multiply that out times the 10 minutes and all that, right? Anyway, I'm probably getting everybody confused here. What it ends up being is that 1% drop chance could be like 10 hours. So like now it takes camping a mob approximately 10 hours on average to get that item. You might get it in the first kill. You might not get it for 20 plus hours. But the average will be about 10 hours of camping that particular mob. What do you find with this mob? Yeah, we're getting the Pale Lantern, which I don't have on me to show you, but it's a HP regen, 5 HP regen, unlimited light source. I'm not a fan of all the RNG. Stops being fun real quick. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I mean, global drop rate, not single mob, but yeah, you see the difference? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, global drop rate, 1% chance. Global drop rate is different. There he goes. Or GIF linked it to me here. So it's 5 mana regeneration, and it's got a light passive or lamp passive. But this doesn't require fuel. I think it's the only lamp in the game that doesn't require fuel. So you can just literally turn it on all the time. I do have one on my wizard. That's what I use on my wizard when I switch my my spell book around. Do any of these games use automatic dynamic adjustment drop rates? I'm sure they do. I would imagine they do. But I don't know. What level is this guy? Like 52? Okay. Yeah, those aren't bad. I think, yeah, he's around level 52-ish. Maybe a little higher, maybe like 54, 55. But yeah. The layman uses a cloth for bandages too. Yeah, exactly. So they need to, like, you have to factor that in, right, John? So let's say you have tailoring uses the most of your cloth. Leatherworking uses a little bit of cloth. So you have to factor in how much total cloth you're using out of all of tailoring, that little bit of leatherworking, and then you also factor in bandages. So cloth should drop more often because it's used more because of the bandages, whereas leather should drop less than cloth because it's not used by the bandages. It's only used in leatherworking and then a little bit in blacksmithing for the most part, right? So you have to look at where all of the items coming into the game, where they're then going out. And I think that's kind of where they haven't done the best job. They've done a really good job of trying to balance the items coming into the game, but they haven't necessarily balanced how the items come out of the game. And they haven't added enough ways for the items to come out of the game. That's another issue with what's happening in this game and the economy. It's not going to be able to be fixed until 1.0. And that's assuming, though, that they continue. Well, it won't be fixed until 1.0 unless they constantly are making adjustments. So they would need to go in and say, okay, we're getting too much of this. We now need to lower the drop rate. We're getting not enough of this. We need to raise the drop rate. They need to actually go in and adjust those numbers manually on a daily or weekly or monthly basis to account for how much is coming in and out based on what they add to the game. For example, right now, tinkering is not in the game. Let's say they added in tinkering, but they didn't adjust the drop rates for all of the ore that's in the game. They didn't adjust it at all. They just left it exactly the same, but they added in tinkering, and now tinkering requires more of that ore. So now the supply was here, the demand was, let's say down here. Well, adding tinkering moves the demand up. So now the demand is up here equal to the supply. That would be a good thing. But now the supply is going to drop because the demand comes up. So now you need to increase the drop rates to bring the supply back up to where the new demand is. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I'm not a very good teacher. I understand economics, but I don't know exactly how to teach it very well. Although I kind of thought about becoming a teacher a couple times. I'd like to see some spawn protection on name to guarantee you at least see standard name mobs spawn once an hour. Going 4+ hours at a camp and never even seeing the name feels bad. I think Italica, like, my take on it is increase the rare named rate. So right now, let's assume that across the game, generally speaking, it's like a 20% chance for a name to spawn. And then you have 3 items that it drops. You have a common, an uncommon, and a rare. The common might be a 60% chance, the uncommon might be a 30% chance, and then the rare will be a 10% chance, right? So that means that you have a 10% chance of getting really the chase item of that mob. And it spawns every 10 minutes, but it's only a 20% chance that it spawns. What if they increased the rate of spawn to 50%, more than doubling that rate? Now they would need to increase the common item, decrease the rare item a little bit, or the uncommon item, and then the rare item also decrease it a little bit because they have to kind of balance that. But now you have more magic items coming into the game because if mobs were spawning 50% rather than 20%, that is a 150% increase to their drop rates. Right? To an item drop rate, because you're going up by 150% chance that it would spawn. So now you add in 150% more magic items into the economy. So now you have a problem with the enchanting and disenchanting. So now you have more disenchanting material coming in. So that means enchanting becomes easier. So the supply of enchanting materials starts coming up. And the demand for those items, the common items, starts going down. So they have to balance that again. Every single time they make any change to this game, it's going to throw a wrench into the economy. It doesn't matter what the change is. Increasing TTK, decreasing TTK, a mob drops an item 1% more, 1% less. All of that stuff has an effect on the economy. I find it very interesting. I love talking about it. Like, I absolutely love talking about it because economics is awesome. And then the supply goes up when there's a nude man. Yes, there's a supply will go up when there's a nude man. Nude demand on not nude man. What? Every time there's a nude man, you have to adjust the material so there's less nude men. Yes, you would definitely need to do that. More than supply goes up if it's a nude woman, however. Well, actually, I think that the demand would go down when it's a... You can get into that too, right? If more people played female characters, they could have less gear and more, and people's happiness would be higher. That's the psychological side of it, by the way. Because then there's also, you have to factor in happiness. It's not just supply and demand. There's also that happiness factor. Which is like, do I need the new iPhone? Right? The new iPhone makes me happy. Therefore, the demand of the iPhone goes up. So, psychological things also affect supply and demand. It's crazy, man. There's so much to it. There is so much to it. Way more than I don't know, who... I've been told that the economist is Ali, who is the balance guy. But I feel like I don't know this for a fact. I have no idea what Ali's trade is, like if he went to college, what he did in college, any of that. My understanding is he lives like on a farm or something. But yeah, social pressure, fads, etc. Yeah, exactly. All that stuff affects the economy. All of it does. So like, you know, in this game, best in slot gear would affect it. But then also having the cosmetic item, that's going to increase the demand of an item, because people just want to have the cosmetic and they want to feel cool. So yeah, there's a lot to it. But yeah, I don't know that Ali knows economics or not. Like he may have gone to school for economics. As far as I know, I have no clue. But I was told that he's the one that does those numbers. But not to pick on Ali, right? Not to pick on him, but a lot of the formulas in this game are kind of broken. I mean, I know that sounds like I'm picking on him, but I'm not trying to pick on him. That's not my intent. But a lot of formulas in this game just do not work right. The XP formula has been broken multiple times. The AC formula is currently broken and has been broken, as far as I know, since I've been playing the game. We've been saying that armor class just doesn't work right for a long time. So, yeah. But and I mean, mistakes happen. I'm not. Again, I want to reiterate many times, because I don't do well with my explanations. I don't say things well, as we have established. But mistakes do happen, you know. It's how quickly we can respond to said mistakes, I think, is more important than the mistakes themselves. Have fun with a stable master. Yeah, I'm sure you saved the epic beast drop for me. We'll hug you next time I see you in town. What's the epic beast drop that you want? What are you looking for? Because we might already have it. We might have it. Nothing? Oh, well, then yes, we have saved that for you. We have literally saved nothing for you. Okay, let's see. Oh, yay, my headphones are charged. I went for my bike ride this morning, and I keep forgetting to charge my headset. I've got like a earbuds or whatever. I keep forgetting to charge my headset, and I was at like 30% this morning. I'm like, uh-oh. Going for a bike ride. I don't know if my 30% headset is going to make it for the full bike ride. They did. Spoiler alert for those that were curious. Zerata's the only one with a small upgrade, I think. Do you know anything about the loot on the boss at the center tower in Upper Salmon? Yes. You're talking about Naaman Kahar. I do know a lot about that boss. Short version is they nerfed the heck out of his drop rates. The mob's got 3 items that it drops that I know of, and I would say a good 80% of the time it drops nothing right now. I don't know why they did that. What happened? Oh, okay. I'm being told there's 4 items. I forgot, I guess, one of them. I remember the bag. There's a robe. Oh, it's the cloak that I wasn't thinking of. That's what it was. Have not killed him yet. It's the only one, I think, worth killing. So, yes, the items that it drops are good, but I want to say the cloak is the worst item, I think, if I remember correctly. The necklace and the robe are caster items. And I want to say they're both no drop, but they both have clicky effects. And then there's a bag that's an alchemy bag. So, yeah, I would say that no, right now it is not worth it because, like I said, 80% of the time it doesn't drop anything. Right now. For whatever reason, they just messed that up. The mob is supposed to be, I think, a more mechanical mob. Like it's supposed to have more mechanics to it. Not maybe a raid mob, I don't know, but I think it's supposed to have more things that happen with that particular mob. So the effort it takes to pull that mob and kill it is not really worth it. Otherwise, people would be doing it a lot. But people generally just don't do it a lot. He is a challenging fight, though. It's really... He's not really that hard. He's a typical level 60 named mob. The problem with him is the ads that you're going to get trying to pull him. There's a lot of mobs around him, and you have to pull most of those. You could try to get a monk or like try to get like an enchanter or something, try to lull pull or whatever. You could potentially do that, but it's difficult to do. Yeah, it can absolutely. It can also have like all the buffs. It can have cleric buffs as well on top of that. Like he can have that mob can have like 15 buffs on it potentially, depending on what other mobs are spawned around it. So it's just the effort that it takes to pull it. It's just annoying. And the items are not really worth it. Now, what they could do potentially is those items could get buffed to the moon. We don't know. We'll have to see what they do. But absolutely could get buffed like crazy if they make it a raid boss. Because raid mobs in this game definitely drop good loot. I have yet to see a raid item that isn't better than everything else in the game non-raid. I can't think of anything. Well, that's incorrect. The king helmet or crown or whatever off the giant king, I would say is a side grade. It's better in some ways, it's worse in some ways. Unless you're a healer. What about the healer? The healers don't have a lot of good drops off the raids. I'm trying to think. There's one item in particular, but can healers use that? I think there's one item off of Nyx that's really good for healers. Yeah. Only Nyx, yeah. Yeah, that is kind of a problem. I just got my closed beta key. Nice. I always get lost in the city near the boat dock. So confusing. It can be at first, especially when you're not used to going around down there. Driftwood crown. This is comparable to the king helmet. Yeah, this is actually, I would say that's better than the king helmet because it's got way more wisdom for a caster. The king helmet, if I remember correctly, had like more stamina or something. I don't have one, so I can't tell you. I wouldn't use it anyway. Oh, is that what it has? Okay. So yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, because the 15 mana on there. Gonna level an Enchanter. That's why I play on EQ mostly. Nice. Yeah, I loved Enchanter and EQ. The one on King is very good on Druid. Yeah, so the King one. Okay. But yeah, it's. I mean, it's an okay item. It's the only thing the King drops though, so it's basically guaranteed every time you kill the King to get a crown. So yeah. Do not roll versus Hoku on the helmet since he's more fond of the wisdom than I am. Yeah, but I don't know. It's not a huge deal. Not a huge deal. I'm hoping they fix the armor class. That's the issue that I have with the King Crown, right? It doesn't have the high armor class. I think it's got like 30 something armor class, whereas this has 50. This also has stamina, and I don't think the King Crown has stamina. Isar was saying strength, wisdom, and charisma on it. So yeah, the King Crown's good. It's not a bad item, but they need to add more items to the King though. But they need to fix the fight first. They need to fix all the raid bosses. All of them. Hopefully we start getting those soon as well. What? Wait a minute. Did I just seriously? I think I got offered a key, a game key to a game that I have been wanting to play for a long time. I'm gonna check my email. Email. Anybody remember HomestarRunner.com? What the heck is this doing? Got to check my email. Why do I not see it here? I have to check that. What's up with the IT itemization for healers? Does that get better at higher levels? Games have figured out a long time ago that splitting spell damage and healing between items invalidates hybrids. Well, hybrids are going away. Ooh. I just realized I need those zombie skins. I can make IVU potions with them. Yeah, they're actually really easy to make. It's zombie skins and then like a couple other things that are not. I don't think it's super expensive. Trogdor, yeah, exactly. Burning Nate in the countryside. I love it. Yeah, I remember listening to that or watching that when I was younger. That was fun. Is it getting better at higher levels? So the yeah, Sal, yes and no. Yes and no. The hybrid classes, so like, well, I don't know. It depends on what you mean when you say your hybrid classes, because hybrid classes still really only need one of those. They can use both. Like a druid, for example, can use wisdom for healing and intelligence for damage, but it's basically the only one. I'm trying to think of like what the other hybrid classes that might use that, like several of them can use it, they can make use of it, but like most of their damage doesn't come from their spells, so having intelligence is kind of pointless. Possible to duo 60 with Enchanter Druid. Yes. Currently it is, yes. They might be changing that soon. So the plan is to increase TTK and increase the difficulty throughout the entire game. If they increase TTK and they increase the difficulty, solos, duos, and trios are going to have a harder time. So there's a couple things that they need to do to kind of fix the current meta of solo if you have a good solo class, duo if you don't, and trio if you're playing a rogue or a bard. So a couple things that they can do to kind of fix that is increasing the TTK, increasing the difficulty, and then also changing itemization. So When they increase the TTK and increase the difficulty, the outdoor mobs may not get increased as much, or maybe they won't have as many abilities or whatever. So they're not going to be as hard to do. That means that the outdoor mobs should also be itemized less. They should not have as good of gear on those mobs. The better gear should be on the mobs that require a full party and are deeper inside of dungeons. That's my take on it. That's what I think they should do. I think that's the direction they're going to go with it. But right now, that is just kind of all over the place. So it's just not done very well. Druids are pretty strong with their pets, likely removed, and 10-to-1 mana ratio fire dot. Yeah, their fire dot's really good. Yeah, they're very good soloists. I agree. Good take. I think all my takes are good takes, Quackums. Unfortunately, people disagree. I don't know why. All right, let me see where this game key. I absolutely am interested in this game. Anybody play Seventh Guest when they were younger? I loved Seventh Guest. Absolutely loved it. We might have a seventh guest playthrough. Good day. I seldom disagree with you. Yeah, I think a lot of people that come in here seldom disagree with me at this point. I'm going to try to get this seventh guest remake. I really want to play it. I might play that and stream it at some point. We'll see. I love the seventh guest, though. Oh my gosh, dude. My goodness gracious. I guess we're just gonna kind of chill and camp this for a bit today. Maybe we'll do something else if other people get on. But this is your typical experience at max level. For some people, they're going to look at this and be like, wow, this is what you do when you're max level at 60? You just sit in a room and kill the same mob every 10 minutes? Man, that's boring. And then some people will be like, awesome. Love it. I'm okay with camping. I get to work. Yeah, that's true. That's the thing, yeah. My friend calls this game a sitting simulator. It kind of is, John. It kind of is a sitting simulator. I mean, for the most part, that's what people are going to do. They're going to sit and wait for something to spawn. I don't know. I think that's fun in some ways. It's not fun in some ways. Can't imagine there's a lot to do at max. It is what it is. Not against it. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do. Like, I haven't finished leveling all of my trade skills, so I could do that. But yeah, camping mobs is pretty much it. It's the main thing you do. Satisfying is better than fun. Yeah. I would agree. It's very satisfying when you get the item that you're going for. You know, that dopamine hit that you get. Absolutely. Or enjoyable. Like catfishing? You like going catfishing? I don't like fishing in general at all. Sounds like vanilla EQ. It is very much like vanilla EQ. Yep. Play PvP if you want a more chaotic environment. That is true. PvP will be a more chaotic environment. Absolutely. You know, that there's something to say for PvP. I'm not a big PvP person in a game like this. But when it gets to max level, if you're not raiding, what else is there to do at max level? And if you're a PvPer, you could run around and do like PvP battles and stuff and just like fight people and look for other people. There's no reason for it, I think, is the biggest issue. There's really just no reason to go PvP other players. I guess maybe you hope that they have some coin on them that you can steal. I feel like the only reason to PvP in this game, though, is to grief another player or steal a camp from another player. That's it. I don't see another reason to have PvP. So, I don't know. But there's going to be people that like it. I'm sure there will be a few people that like it. I've been playing a bit of the open beta, only level 6 cleric, but I don't know how I feel about the item looting rules free-for-all. So, Cheesy Man Dan, yeah, that's something that's been discussed quite a bit. Some people like it, some people don't. I would say get on the forums, look for a couple of those topics. Like, you can get on the Discord. There's probably a couple of those topics here in Discord somewhere about the whole loot system, put somewhere here in feedback. But some people want them to have like a round robin options and rolls where like an item comes up and it's magic item or whatever and you can roll on it, need greed kind of rolls. People want to have all that, and other people are like, no, I don't want it. I see both sides of it. I agree with both sides of it. I don't know which way would be the better way to go. I personally don't mind free-for-all looting. It kind of forces people to actually talk to their groups and communicate with other players. And I prefer that gameplay, but I can't say that it's necessarily better than another gameplay, because what if you're the shy introvert type that doesn't like to chat with other people? Well, you're just going to end up not getting much. But at the same time, I feel like those people could learn to speak a little bit more. I feel like both types of people, the introverts, like the crazy introverts, I'm going to put them up here. And then you also have the extroverts that are like way far that side or way far this side. They both need to come a little bit more towards the center. I feel like some people speak their mind a little too much. I'm more of the way far extrovert side, and I should probably shut up more. But yeah, I feel you, Cheesy Dan. I would say just get on there on the feedback and give your feedback. People are probably going to disagree with you. Just expect that. I'm AFK farming on the PvP server right now. Awesome. I hope you're not AFKing too much. I like the better conflict resolution on the PvP servers. You want to camp, just kill whoever's there. I mean, there's a thing to be said for that, Zlad, but it's also bad. Oh, dude, PvP and hardcore? No, thank you. No, thank you. You avoid the PvE drama of that player has been camping my raid spawn for 4 months and playing his fun as he says it's fine. You don't avoid the drama, though. You don't avoid the drama at all. PvP is going to have its own drama. It may not right now. It will. We want a merit system for PvP. That could be good. You can defend your camp in PvP too. You can. Yeah, you can. The amount of people on Discord crying about PvE high-end camps is... Yeah, but just wait until early access comes out. You got more people on the PvP server that are wanting to grief you, train you left and right, kill you for absolutely no reason, roll in with 5 or 6 people while you're trying to solo stuff. All of these things are also going to happen on the PvP server. There's going to be a lot of drama over there too. I promise. It'll happen. The tanks always chain loot has been my experience. That is true. I would agree with that. A lot of tanks chain loot. But speak up. Tell the tank, hey, tank person, stop taking all the loot, or give me some of the loot, please. Share the wealth. If you don't, I'm going to leave the party and I'm going to go find a different party. So yeah, you'll always run into jerks who just take it and doesn't care. That is true. You will run into that. In that situation, reputation should matter, right? If you find somebody that is just not playing the way that you like, leave the party. And I know that sounds easier said than done, because sometimes for like a DPS class, it's much harder to find a group, and the tanks are needed. So tanks can do whatever they want and then get away with it a lot of times. I totally understand that. But hopefully if enough people continually leave, that'll happen. There is, I think, a tank on this server, or was a tank on this server, that got a reputation very quickly. I don't think that person plays their tank anymore because they just got a reputation. Nobody wanted to group with them. You probably know who I'm talking about if you've been playing the beta server since the beginning. Come from a newer generation where that concept is not in games. Yeah. I never liked camping. Just want to adventure the world and kill some stuff. Surprised if I loot something. You know, I like that style too, Fruitzilla. I like that style as well. That's one thing I loved about Ultima Online. There weren't like a lot of named enemies in Ultima Online. You just go out and you just kill an area, and you could get really good loot by killing the mobs in an area. Like there wasn't, named camping per se. There were certain named, but it wasn't nearly like this game. I watched this guy on Facebook who puts out shorts of his solo self-found hardcore adventures on P99 Red. It's mostly him getting ganked by gnome magicians. Nice. That sounds awful. I want an Enforce first-person faction PvP server like Val and Zek. Wow, that would be rough. That would be rough. But at least there's a straightforward way to resolve the drama on PvP. I mean, there's a straightforward to resolve it on PvE too. Don't be a jerk. But the problem is people want to be a jerk. And on PvP, they're just allowed to be jerks whenever they want. I think that's the difference. Like the jerks on PvE have to voice their opinion and be jerks verbally. The jerks on PvP are just bullies. I do think there's room in the game to have a few more mechanics built in to help these types of situations. I agree. I think there is too. Instead of wanting everything to be resolved by just talking. Yeah, I agree. There should be, but we'll see what they do. As a tank, I say please loot proactively. My brain is small and I click. Well, that's another thing. The reason that I loot as a tank a lot of times is because the rest of my party doesn't want to and they're lazy. Sometimes it's just, it defaults to me. You know? Am I not hogging all the loot? Exactly. Exactly. That is exactly how you should start that conversation, Pity. Please, who want hardcore PvP, one life, will probably get out of it faster. People race to be first and then kill all the spawns. Yeah, they do. Means player agency is available in the PvP server. Not that there's... not that there isn't drama. The PvP server drama is player resolution, while PvE drama is GM resolution. It is, yeah, but like sometimes it's better to have a GM resolve it. I'm not saying that the PvE is perfect by any means, right? PvE definitely has its flaws, and I'm not disagreeing with you on the PvE side. I will disagree with you on the PvP side, though. Just because you can kill somebody doesn't mean you should kill somebody. Just because they have very little health and 0 mana because they just finished a very hard fight doesn't mean you should go up to them and nuke them and just be a jerk about it. That's the problem I have with PvP. There's no agency there. 0 agency. I had nothing that I could do because I just finished a very challenging fight. They just happened to see me at low health and low HP and decided to kill, or low mana, and decided to kill me. Now I'm running back to my corpse and they decide to kill me again. And then I'm running back to my second corpse and they decide to kill me again just because they can. That's the kind of stuff that I don't like in the PvP server. So sure, there's a little bit of agency, but there's not always equal agency between all players, and that's the problem that I have with it. But you could just lose your player base. Yeah, that's what I think will end up happening is you'll lose your player base on PvP. Now, if you're talking about the PvE side of things, you're not going to lose your player base for people. If there's a player that gets a reputation for being a bad person, bad player, they loot all the mobs, they're just rude, whatever the case may be, that person will leave, but everybody else will be happier in the end. I need before greed. Yeah, need before greed's good. My experience with PvP servers is mostly just griefers who come in out of nowhere, target kill. That's my experience, yeah. Not necessarily the experience on the PvP server on this game right now, right? This game right now has a slightly different approach to it. I've gone over it 1,000 times, and I don't really think we need to go over it again. But PvP in general in games like this is generally not great. Yeah, you can't win with whatever direction you go. Cheesy. I agree. Oh, there's the frayed rope. That is literally the item that I have on my wizard. No, that's not on my wizard. I have a different one. I thought it was the frayed rope, but that's a completely different item. I guess I have the frayed sash, maybe? I don't know. All right, I need more inventory space here. Wait, carved spirit totem. Why do I have this too? What the heck? You start giving me all sorts of stuff here. Let's just put this over here. All right, I can read some more. When it takes 600 hours to hit max level, your reputation matters. It absolutely matters. Yeah. Odd to me, the solution, reputation matters, and it's on me to like badmouth the person to the world. I mean, it is odd, Umpax. I agree, but you don't have to necessarily badmouth them, right? So there's a couple of different approaches to it. You can, hey, I'm going to tell everybody that you are whatever, terrible player, you steal everything, you're killed, whatever. I could badmouth, or I could just avoid you completely. And if everybody chose that route of just that player, we just all learn together that person is a bad player, and nobody says anything about them, they'll eventually just stop playing the game. Or they'll change their attitude. And that literally happened to a player on this server. I haven't seen them around. Let me see if they're on right now, just out of curiosity. No, I'm not going to tell you who it is, because I'm the type of person, like you're saying, Oompax. I'm not going to go share a bunch of, like, badmouth a bunch of people, right? I don't generally do that. I don't like to do that. I don't want to petition GMs every time I have an altercation with another player. I don't want to go and tell everybody else that this player is a terrible person. Most of the time. End up with GM because people will get ganked by groups and then want new rules. It might end up with a GM. We'll see. Criddle, don't be a jerk and try to share mobs. I know. I'm terrible about it. I don't loot for a while and there's bodies everywhere instead. That's exactly what happens to me, John, right? That's what happens is there are bodies everywhere. Typically let him body sit on the ground for about 15, 20 seconds. And if nobody looted it, then it's free for all. Well, yeah, but you also have to think about, like, the healers are trying to meditate, right? Spellcasters and healers are generally sitting back and they're meditating. You want them meditating because if they're not meditating, they're not gaining mana. If they're not gaining mana, they're not going to be able to heal you. If they can't heal you, it's going to slow down pulls. So to get for the best of the entire party, you want your healer sitting down and not looting all the time, right? That's just the better way to do it. So it's better to say to them, I generally say when I join in a pickup group, I generally say, hey, everybody, does anybody need anything off of these? If they say, nope, not worried about it, whatever, then I just loot whatever I want. If they say I'm looking for X, Y, or Z, then, you know, we'll cross that bridge when it happens and we'll kind of talk about it. PvE is way more toxic than PvP. PvEers have the pent-up rage with no outlet other than passive aggression. I don't know. I don't think that's way more toxic. I think they're different types of toxicity. Be honest, dude, I wish these companies would just straight up ban people, ban everybody, that's the party, anybody involved, any kind of shady play. You're stealing camps. Well, you can't just ban instantly, right? But I will say this. The devs have gotten a lot more ban heavy lately. They have started to swing that ban hammer much harder. And I, for one, am all for it. They have been very lax for a long time with this game. And it allowed people to think that they can get away with a lot of things. So it caused more of the problem. But because they're banning more people now, at least giving like suspensions a couple days here and there, it's got people going, okay, wait a minute. They're actually taking a stance, and people are going to start doing it less. So they are taking a stance. I will defend the devs on that one. And I often don't defend the devs on their take. So, you know, it's serious if I'm willing to do that. If it was team-based PvP, I think it's okay to kill indiscriminately, but with free-for-all, not so much. Yeah, that's the problem with it. Kind of looter is everybody talking about the leather and cloth scraps? I mean, I don't know. That's probably what they're talking about, though, yes. PvP in games like this will always be unbalanced and trash. Wish developers wouldn't waste time on it. I agree, TD. I agree. I haven't seen PvP in closed betas since level 18, even during camp disputes. Well, that's what I was saying. The PvP, we'll go over it one more time. The PvP in this game in particular on the closed PvP server is not going to be as toxic because, this is all my opinion, but it's a pretty solid point, because there are so many people on the PvP server that just want to play the PvE game and have zero intentions to PvP. None whatsoever. They just wanted access, so they opted into the PvP server. Now, you can say all day long, if they didn't want a PvP, they shouldn't have opted into the server, and I'm not going to dispute that. But because it was so difficult to get into the PvE server, where you have 17,000 people in line to get into the PvE server, versus maybe 1,000 people in line for the PvP server, It's a much higher chance of getting access if you opt in to the PvP server. That's why they did it, and that's why you're not seeing as much PvP that you probably will see on early access. Sounded like people were saying that's the solution. Yeah. Loot before you sit down, 0.2 seconds of right click, and then well, that's the problem. It's not loot before you sit down. They're sitting already when the mobs are killed. They're already meditating, oftentimes several feet away from where the mob is being killed. They'd have to get up, move over to it, loot the item, move back to where they were sitting. It's more than just 0.2 seconds. As a healer, I definitely notice a lot of corpses available at times. If I'm good on mana, stand up and loot. No one seems to mind. Yeah, absolutely. Just got home and watching. Did you log in on the open? I'm on the closed server, Brew. Yeah, they definitely started banning more people. But the Van Hammers and betas are kind of, I'm talking about like when the game actually goes live. Well, they need to take a stance now. Like, take the stance now so that the players know this is a no tolerance situation, right? You got to start taking a stance. To happen and kind of alludes to a point that they refuse to put game mechanics. Yeah, I agree with you guys. Like all the stuff's not even loot tables, right? Well, yeah, a lot of stuff is not fleshed out and implemented properly. I would agree with that as well. Was in a group last night. 5-6 people said they were going to PvE on EA. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're mostly... most of the people, again, my opinion, but it's a very sound opinion, I think. Most of the people on the PvP server will, if given the option, will play PvE. They could easily test this by giving everyone on the PvP exclusive server, like the people that signed up for the PvP server, if they were to give them the opportunity, if they were to say, hey, you can play now on the PvE server, I bet you the population, I would say it would drop in half. It would drop even more if they allowed them to transfer their characters from the PvP server to the PvE server. They're not going to do that. But if they gave them the opportunity and said anybody on the PvP server that wishes for a one-time only transfer to the PvE server, we'll give it to you. I bet you, I'd be willing to bet. I'm not going to bet because I'm not a betting person, but I'd be willing to bet that a lot of people would take him up on that. Probably half or more of the population of the PvP server. And then we're going to get back to where we were before, which was people saying that the PvP server was unpopulated. There was nobody there, nobody wants to play on it, etc., etc., etc. Everybody on the PvE server has access to the PvP server. They can go play it at any point. But they choose not to. There's a reason for that. There's absolutely a reason for that. PvP mixed with PvE can create laughable stories, though. Look at WoW and Stranglethorn Vale. I mean, it can definitely make some fun stories, yeah. I don't want it turning into WoW OC where the most absurd things are said without consequences. I mean, that's going to happen in any online game. People are just going to say what they want. I took the PvP key just for access. Would rather be on PvE. I have yet to initiate a PvP fight and probably never will. Yeah. Did they change jump to no longer give a boost speed? Yes. There is no use for stamina currently other than jumping. Do not jump. It actually slows you down. Unless they fix that. I don't think they fixed that yet. They may have, and I missed it. I'd play PvP, but their mechanics of PvP are just horrid right now. It requires like too much action. Well, yeah, that's exactly why I've been saying this game is just not good for PvP. Like this style of game. They would need to go in and really change how the PvP worked in this game. Make it team-based. Make it give different types of reputation for it. They need to change something. There needs to be a reward and a consequence for PvP. Like, why am I going to PvP? The only reason, I said this a little bit ago, the only reason to PvP in this game is because somebody else is at a camp and you want that camp. Or because you want to grief somebody. That's it. There's no other reason to go kill people. Like, why PvP? What do you get out of it? They might have some coin on them. Whoopity-doo. Like, is it really going to be that much coin? Like, there's just no reason. They did fix jumping, so it doesn't make you slower when you jump now. Well, that's good. Make it so you don't have to select yourself to heal yourself when you're fighting somebody. You don't have to. You already don't have to. If you target a mob, okay, if you are fighting an enemy and you cast a heal, it will not try to heal the enemy. It'll heal yourself. Now, if you're targeting another player, that'll try to heal the other player. So in PvP, yes. So you can't run spam spacebar. You cannot do that anymore now. Well, you can, but it won't do anything for you. Some classes just interact so poorly in PvP. If you compare what a Paladin and Shadow Knight can do in PvP, it's laughable. That is the problem with this game. That's what I've been saying. That's literally the reason I say the PvP in this game won't work. The classes are not balanced that way for PvP. A wizard, a level 60 wizard, can literally one-shot anyone in the game. Even like super geared out tanks. You can see my health right now is at 3,200, right? That's with these buffs that I have. Let's see, Berserker Wrath. So that's with these extra 20 stamina here and just like extra buffs that I have. A wizard can actually do... Let's find out. We're going to say times 1 point. We'll do 15% for that. Okay, and then times 1 point or 1.5. They can do 27. They can do 2,700 health and 1 nuke at level 60. If they get a crit. And they have 150 intelligence and get a crit. That's a lot of damage. That could literally one-shot pretty much everybody. Including tanks. So, like, not really a whole lot of balance going on there. Are the news server polls up? I don't think so. I don't think so. That should be telling. It would be very telling. Yeah. I can't wait for them new server polls. I can't wait for the new server polls to come up. Let's see. Community hub, server polls. Yeah, still not up. But yeah, this is very telling, right? You have PvE West 1 and you have PvE East. These are the most. By far, they're the most. And then you have, and the reason that this one is so high is because that was the original PvE. It was just like a PvE, a PvP, and like a role play or something. I don't remember what it was, but it was like only 3 servers or something to choose from in the beginning. So the people haven't changed it, but yeah, it's by far overwhelmingly PvE. And then you have this one PvP server and you only have 11 or almost 1,200 people on it. One of all of these servers. Like I'm telling you, man, this game is not going to be PvP heavy. And they could go that route. Sure, they could choose to decide, oh, we're going to completely change it. That's going to really tick a lot of people off. That changes their vision entirely. I really just need auto target for either like bypass or whether or not you can heal. So, yeah, well, for PvP, if you're talking about that, for PvP, I think if you have engaged an enemy, it should not allow you to heal that enemy. It should, like, if you cast a heal on what is considered an enemy, it should only heal yourself. But they also could do something with like the target frame, so where they could do mouse over targeting. You know, they could do where you have like a heal target, and then you also have a DPS target. You know, there's a lot of different ways to do it. Best PvP I ever played was PlanetSide 1 and 2. I have yet to bump into good PvP in MMO in 25 plus years. Yeah, you're not going to find it. You're not. Like, Dark Age of Camelot was pretty good PvP, but it was realm versus realm, right? Like, it's clearly designed a certain way. As far as looting, use a druid or wizard to port sale items and then gate back, split profit. That's a good way to do it. Yeah, sure. Swimming and spacebar is good if you have low swimming. Is it? Does it actually speed you up? Oh wait, no. They fixed that. Are you talking about where you jump across the water and skip across the water? They fixed that. I think they may have watched me do that too much. Every time I was swimming, I would skip across the water. Balance in RPGs, worst nightmare. Prove me wrong. I mean, yeah, it's a very bad thing. And then boxing as well. Boxing on top of that. Yep, that's gonna be a whole other problem. Yep. There's gonna be a lot of these issues. Lots of issues. Wizard can nuke for 6,500. No. A wizard can nuke for like 3,000. Who has 6,500 health in this game? That would be a lot. Yeah, they can nuke for about 3,000. A well-geared level 60 wizard that gets a crit, it'll be about 3,000. An enchanter pet? Yeah, that's true. But do you kill the enchanter pet? No. If you're fighting an enchanter, you target the enchanter. PvP damage is reduced by 50%. Did they do that? Is it actually reduced by 50%? That's still, though, potentially 1,500 damage, which is still more than most of the classes have outside of tanks. I think my wizard might have like 1,700 health on it at level 56, 57, whatever level I am, 57. It's like 17, 1,800. It's not a whole lot. But anyway, they're going to have to, well, they don't have to. They could leave it exactly as it is and just let the PvP be the way that it is. That's how it was in EverQuest for the longest time, and there are people that loved Talonzek and Valenczek. They really love the PvP in EverQuest. So there are crazy people out there that do like those things. I don't understand them. I think that they're all wacky, and I think they should probably seek help, like possibly some mental therapy of some sort. I think it takes a special person to like the PvP in this game. A very, very special person. PvP is getting Sal nerfed 100%. You think so? Dwarves come in green, or is that lighting? Oh, those are just my gloves and my cloak. Nah, you can't. I'm not green. I'm I'm a nice shade of brown. Or I guess nice shade of a light brownish. I don't know. Dirty. I'm a nice shade of dirt. Because I'm a dwarf. I like Sal in the game as it is personally. I mean, I think everybody likes Sal the way that it currently works. It's obviously very beneficial. Just like they liked Charm when it was super overpowered. I mean, people are always going to gravitate towards the things that make them feel powerful. And Speed of the Wild right now makes you feel very powerful. I think archers would have like a marathon runner skill that gives them 20-30% speed or something. Well, that would break the archer class. That would make the archer the king of soloing. It already is one of the best soloers in the game. But it would very quickly make them the king of soloing. People wanted skill-based PvP. They would do in a game that's balanced for it. I agree with you, TD Pauls. I mean, other people will probably disagree with both of us in that statement. I 100% agree with you. I think this game, the way that it currently is built, but this style of game just emphasizes the griefer aspect of it. It draws people to it that are like, how can I ruin somebody else's fun? Because they are given the tools to do that. Yeah, I agree with Isar. I think that Speed of the Wild should be reduced in its effectiveness. I think what they're going to do is they're going to be removing Speed of the Wild the way that it currently works, to where you cannot cast it on other players. And instead, I think it's going to be more of a stance type thing. And like the Ranger, for example, is not going to be casting Speed of the Wild. Instead, it's going to go into an outdoor exploration stance. And when it does that, the entire group will move faster in that party. I think that's the direction they're going to go with it. It's going to be more like a Bard run speed buff than what Sao is currently. Yeah, like Pack of the Wild, that kind of thing. That's where I think it's going to go. I don't know. I'm not a game developer. I'm not, game developer, whatever, this game. I don't know what they're going to do, but that's just my speculation. I think that's what they should do with it, personally. Gamers need to develop some retrospection on the power creep point. They love to shill for the OP classes. They enjoy, then complain that the others become OP. It's hypocritical, and we should all advocate to nerf our own classes. Absolutely. Quackums. That's how I am. I've been screaming about all the things that I think they should nerf in this game, and I even say the two classes that I play, they should have nerfed fighter damage a long time ago, and wizard quad kiting is too good. But so is charm. Like I say, if I see something that is overpowered, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say something every time, because I don't like, if you make a skill or a class overpowered, it's just going to make players gravitate to that class. Once they realize and learn that particular thing is too strong, the more and more and more people will play it. They have to start to nerf these things. They have to. Everything doesn't have to suck. It needs to be in balance somehow. It doesn't have to suck. Like, if everything is here and one thing is way up here, these things aren't the problem. This thing is. That's the problem with it. You got to bring that down to where everything else is. You got to make it balanced. If one thing is an outlier and is way too good at whatever it is that it's doing, then everyone is just going to use that, and then all of the other skills become obsolete. And the game becomes too easy. Like, the game's supposed to have some challenge to it. There's no diversity and balance. That's an incorrect statement. You can have things balanced, but still have diversity. You're thinking, when you think of balance, you're thinking of one-dimensional balance. This DPS equals this DPS equals this DPS equals this DPS. That's not what balance means. PvP and MMO reminds me of Thief players and tabletop games that run off and do their own thing while playing and the rest of the table waits. Weird example, I know. I get that example, though. I totally understand that because I played with people like that. In a tabletop game, you sit down with, let's say, a DM and your 4 other players, right? And if one of those players decides, hey, I'm going to go do my own thing over here. I literally had this happen, by the way, at I went to Dragon Con a couple years ago, and I played a D&D game. And I played with all of my friends and one random guy. And we were all like, okay, we're going to make some classes and some characters, and we're going to go along with the story. Whatever the Dungeon Master's saying, we're just going to go along with it, right? Because that's the fun of the game. And if we decide to do something different, we'll decide as a team. This one guy, like the DM was literally saying what was happening around us, blah, 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 blah. The entire party was like, okay, cool. DM is pointing us in that direction. Let's go that direction. This one guy goes, I'm going to go over here to the tavern and do this other thing. What? Why would you do that? You're taking the fun away from everyone. Like, let's all just work together and just do stuff together. Like, it's come on, let's just have fun with it. Anyway. Is it going to be as fast as Bard? I don't think it's going to be as fast as Bard. I think they're going to slow down Speed of the Wild, but then they'll also make it group only. Read the devs' comments on SAO and PvP on Discord. They're quite active in the PvP forum. It might seem that it's for PvE reasons, but you can read between the lines. Looks like it we have. Yeah, I could have told you 6 months ago that Speed of the Wild was going to get nerfed. And the speed is probably going to get reduced. It's just been too fast for too long. And it's too good. That's what I like, EVE Online. There's no best ship. Yeah, that's awesome. What does balance mean then? So, you've been here before when I've explained this. But I'll explain it again since you asked. This game is balanced because you have 4 different roles that different classes can do. You have a tank, you have a healer, you have a DPS, and you have utility. Utility is what makes it special and different and interesting. You could also add in a 5th and call it CC, but let's just bundle in CC with utility for now, okay? Just to make it a little bit easier. So you have 4 different roles. Now, you could have 100% in one role and 0 in the other 3. So that would be like a DPS class that is just strictly damage. All it does is damage, and it does it better than everybody else, but it can't tank, it can't heal, and it has 0 utility. Or you can have something like a tank that can tank really well. It does some damage. It like a paladin, has some healing and some utility. It dips in all of those. Now, how much does it dip into all of those? It's like maybe 60% tank, like 20% damage, 10% healing, 10% utility. That's 100%. It's balanced. But it doesn't equal the same tanking capabilities of another tank. It doesn't equal the DPS. It doesn't equal the healing, etc. So there's different ways to look at balance. One way is all DPS do the exact same DPS numbers. All heals heal the exact same. All tanks tank the exact same. That's boring. Or you could do it to where they have a varying degree of the different things that they all do. That's what makes this game very fun and unique. The DPS that has a lot more utility should do less DPS. Exactly. The DPS with the least utility should do more DPS. That whole thing. Yep. All due respect, you asked the same questions on Cycle. He does. Balance is hard to talk about when they're pushing huge class changes until nearly the end of EA with the new deep dives. I mean, it is. It's hard to talk about, but you can still talk about it. You just can't talk about which class is going to be more powerful, less powerful, etc. We don't know, right? The idea, though, and what I've been trying to get through to people for the longest time, that are, especially the people that are new to this game, is wizards, rogues, archers are probably going to be your top DPSers, right? They're going to be more focused on DPS. They're going to have less utility, less healing, less tanking capability, but more DPS than all of the other classes in the game. Then you're going to have things like the Ranger. Ranger is going to be able to do some decent DPS and off-tank a little bit. You know, like a little bit of off-tanking, which is going to take away from its DPS capabilities because it has the potential to do something else. It's also going to have more utility, probably. That is the balance that they're trying to get in this game. That's how balance works within a game like Monsters and Memories or EverQuest or some of these old school style games. So yeah, Shadow Knight seems OP. Shadow Knight is probably right now the best overall tank in the game. From level 1 to 60 and beyond. If you want to have a good solo tank, be able to be in a group, decent utility, all of everything all encompassing, the Shadow Knight's really good. Why is the Shadow Knight really good? Spoiler alert, it's because the Necromancer is probably the most overpowered class in the game. And the Shadow Knight gets a lot of the Necromancer abilities. It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. So Wizard can quad kite, but can't deal sustained damage. That's a way to balance it. Yes, that is a way to balance if they wanted to balance it in that way. They could say, okay, you're really good at killing multiple mobs solo by yourself over in the corner, right? But you don't have the sustained DPS that a group would probably want. That is a balancing technique if they wanted to do that. I don't think that's their intention. I think that their intention on the Wizard is going to be that you can quad kite solo if you want to. But hopefully they make it to where you're still better off in a group. I hope that they make this entire game, you're always better off in a group, adding more people in every single situation. That's what I would like to see. The sustained DPS are supposed to be lower DPS and mana cost while the nukes drain the mana bar, according to the deep dive. Yeah, exactly. I'm struggling to see where Sao is overpowered or a wizard ability to quad kite. I don't play these classes, but there's a draw. Speed of the Wild is overpowered because it makes the game too easy. Because you can now run 60% faster than any enemy in the game. Other than maybe a raid boss. But you're still running super fast. You're able to, I don't want to fight that. I can just run away from it. That's how it's an overpowered ability. What about bards? Bards still have to they have an 3 second cast time. If they want to start running faster, they have to use that ability. And it takes them 3 seconds to cast it, and then they can start running. But even still, they're going to lower the run speed, I think. Like, it doesn't change bards. Speed of the Wild and bard run speed song are all probably going to get nerfed in some way. I don't know where you're going with that. Apparently, as a design philosophy, they are not using utility, DPS trade-off balance approach. I'm not sure they have consolidated philosophy on balance. They may not have a consolidated philosophy on it, no. But they are trying to balance it in that way. Like they're looking at those kind of things. At least it seems to me that they are. Yeah, you can't just put Speed of the Wild, you can just put on any other player and they have it for an hour. So then, of course, classes giving buffs to other classes can toss balance as well. Exactly with Sao. Most classes can become gods. Yeah, exactly. Speed of the Wild is what allows the Archer to be the best solo class in the game. Literally is what allows it. You take away Speed of the Wild from the Archer, it now cannot solo nearly as effectively. That one spell just makes them from like mediocre to godlike instantly. That's the problem with that spell. If one spell can change a class drastically like that, then it's too powerful of an ability. If one ability can change it, then it's too powerful of an ability. I love how Bard Invis demands a flute. I think all their spells should... Well, I think they're doing that, Quackums. I think that the Bard write-up kind of said that. They want to utilize instruments more. Now, with that said, right now, Bards dual wield, so they would have to sacrifice one of their weapons to then sing a song. That's where I have some disconnect with it. We'll have to see what they do with it. But they can't really nerf bards too much. The instrument needs to drastically increase what the bard can do. It needs to make it more powerful. Their songs right now, for the most part, are not powerful enough. Sal is too broken, given it can be cast out of group. Yeah, exactly. This is a PvP focus? What's a PvP focus? No, it's not a PvP. This is just... Sal, PvE or PvP is very strong, too powerful. If they can't nerf Sal, people will leave. They don't care about that, Droid. They can absolutely nerf Sal, and they don't care if people leave because they nerf Sal. But here's the thing: what if, just throwing it out there, what if they didn't have Sal at 60% the entire time? What if it was only a 30% speed of the wild from the very beginning? And now they don't have to nerf it. Would people leave? Would people have just been like, nope, speed of the wild's too slow, I'm not going to play the game? So it's kind of a bad take, I feel like, if like we're nerfing the ability and that's going to cause people to leave because they're used to having overpowered skills. And now they're like, I'm no longer overpowered. I'm now going to quit the game. That's a silly reason to quit the game. It's a pretty silly reason. They should have just started lower. They should have always, in this entire game, from the very beginning, should have started way more difficult. Player characters should have been super weak. Enemies should have been super strong. And what they should have done is slowly brought players up and slowly brought enemies down till they got to a very good balance point. The problem is they started opposite of that. Players way up here too strong, enemies way down here way too weak, and now as they're trying to get it together, people are just being like, no, you're nerfing my class, this is a negative thing, this is bad, don't do that. But if they had flipped those roles, it'd have been all buffs, and everybody would have been like, this is amazing. But ultimately, we're still going to get to the exact same point. Right? It's just a different perspective. Literally just a different perspective. But we're going to end up in the exact same point. Haste used to be 70%. It got nerfed. People didn't leave. Exactly. Haste used to be 70%. They used to have Call of the Hero ability, Commune with the Honorable. People didn't leave. Like, people stopped playing those classes, maybe. Sure. But it doesn't make people quit. It just makes them change the class that they're playing. I was kiting my bard in a small circle partway through, and SK ran up to me and said, your Z DPS, and ran off. Made me sad. Aw. 30% is going to be OP too. 5% is going to be OP. Why? So what if they did this? They could leave Speed of the Wild at 60%. But they increase the run speed of all mobs in the game by 40%. So now you have to have Speed of the Wild. Otherwise, the mobs would just catch you and kill you. Always. 100% of the time. There's many different sides and perspectives. Many different sides and perspectives. Any move speeds this faster than a mob is OP? It's not. Move speed, like they could make it 5. They could make it a shorter duration. They could make it a 30% run speed, but it's only got a 2-minute duration. Like a bard is only 18-second duration unless they continually sing the song. They could shorten the duration. They could shorten the run speed. They could increase the speed of the mobs. There's so many different ways that they could change it. Removing runs, nerfing the run speed is just one of the bazillions of things that they could possibly do. So for people to be like, I'm going to quit if you lower the run speed is very short-sighted. Very, very short-sighted. Nerf at 30%, but buff all players and mob run speed by 20%. They could do that, right, Warlock? Absolutely, they could do that. Move speed. I like it. Far more people have yet to play MnM than will play MnM. I agree with that, yeah. I agree, dude, but the difficulty, SAO is sacred. It's sacred from EverQuest, and you can't touch it. Absolutely, you can. Why? Call of the Hero was sacred. They removed that. It's not sacred. If you want to play EverQuest, guess what? There's a whole game that's been around for 28 years, 27 years, however long it's been, and it's called EverQuest. And you could play it on a TLP server. You could play it on the live server. You could play EQ Legends. There's so many ways that you can go and play EverQuest and have Spirit of the Wolf and do that over there. They don't have to do that over here. That, like, one doesn't make the other one mandatory. It just doesn't. Call of the Hero is a Kunark spell? I don't think so. I think it was in original, wasn't it? I don't remember. Some games make it where your run speed is reduced to normal when you get aggro, so it's just travel speed. Yeah, they could do that too. They could make the... I think that's where they're going to go with it, personally. I think that the Bard run speed is going to become a tavern spell, right? This is what I would like to see out of it, actually. Bards can go into a tavern or an arrested area within town, and they could sing their songs, play a ditty, and when they do that, it gives you an out-of-combat only run speed buff. As soon as you make an offensive action towards an enemy, that run speed goes away. Then they could make it a travel. It would be Traveler's March, right? You get this buff by being in town, and it allows you to travel to your destination quicker. But then take it away in combat. They could also just make it to where it just doesn't work in combat. There's a lot of ways they could do it. Some classes like Wizard still have to stop and cast 3, 2, or 4-second spells. They do, yeah, they do. Also not fun to feel like you're just dead every time you can't outpace a mob. Yeah, that's also not very fun. This is EverQuest based, not EverQuest forced. Exactly. It's not even EverQuest based, really. If you really get down to it, we've talked about this many times. A lot of these RPGs are based on Dungeons and Dragons. If you go all the way back, guess what? There's run speed buffs in Dungeons and Dragons. The Ranger has it to where it can move through certain areas unencumbered, or whatever they call it. Like, this has been going on for a lot longer than EverQuest has been around. So it doesn't, like, the way in which they do it doesn't have to be EverQuest based. Like, it's just silly. This game's target audience is EverQuest players. Incorrect again. You think that it's a target audience because that's what you want it to be. It is not specifically EverQuest players. They are building this game as an old school throwback to the old school ways that they did things, but it's not EverQuest based. It's not like, okay, if you played EverQuest way back in 1999, we're making a game for you. No, they're making a game for anyone that wants to play this game. People that didn't play EverQuest want to play this game because they never got to play EverQuest, so they never got to feel that old school gameplay, and they're like, yeah, I want to try it out. You know, like you're trying to project your opinions and your thoughts on the masses, and that doesn't work. You're trying to say that that's the way it is. There, like, you can say that for you, yes. For you, then the game not being like EverQuest is a turnoff for you. Okay, well, here's what the devs are going to tell you, because Sean has said this many times. If you want to play EverQuest, go play EverQuest. If you want to play a Drooling Online Adventures, go play Drooling Online Adventures. Like, if these features are in these other games and not in this game, and that feature, that's one specific feature, is make or break for you, well, then I guess it's a break. Like, if they keep catering to all these people, it's not an agree to disagree moment. That's not what it is. It's not an agree to disagree moment. It really isn't. It's a, this game is Monsters and Memories. It is not EverQuest moment. It's literally that simple. This is not EverQuest. So to continually compare it to EverQuest and say, because EverQuest did this, Monsters and Memories also has to do this. That statement is just a false statement. It doesn't matter what EverQuest did. It doesn't matter what any other game did. What matters is what they want to do with Monsters and Memories, ultimately. Making move speed quicker, please. No making move speed quicker. Spell range is way too short, and people already can walk out of abilities with a cast time. Yeah, I mean, that's true, Sal. That's another thing. That's the opposite side of what we're talking about, right? Making move speed faster to get away from enemies when you're being defensive is good, but when you're on the offense side of things, it becomes bad, because now it's too easy for players to get away from you if you're talking PvP. Or an enemy might get to you before your spell goes off, right? There's a balance there. They got to find that balance. Monster Memories are drooling, and Pantheon all claim to be the successor to EverQuest. That was said, or at least the successor to EverQuest. Which still means like EverQuest. No, it just means spiritual successor are the words that were used specifically. These games are the spiritual successor. That doesn't mean they have to be exactly the same. In fact, we improve on things as we develop them, right? Who's to say that EverQuest was perfect? Can anybody in this chat say that EverQuest was a perfect game and doesn't need any improvement? This is the Niche World's Cult's take on EverQuest or World of Warcraft or any of the other old school games, right? And them changing some things that they didn't find perfect for them in their gameplay, the way that they wanted to play the game. They thought these were flaws in that game. Let's remake it or make a better version of what we thought it should have been. That's a whole different perspective. In my 30s, I never got to play EverQuest in its prime. I don't mind if MnM pulls some inspiration from EQ, but I'm here to play a fun and balanced game and wouldn't benefit from any nostalgia. Exactly. I don't think it does matter to the target audience. Who is it? Why do you think that's the target audience? That's your opinion. You think that the target audience is EverQuest players. Clearly it's not, because this guy Picard in the chat right now is saying that he's never played EverQuest. Does it hit on the nostalgia of EverQuest players? Absolutely. It does. But maybe their target audience is gamers. Maybe their target audience is people who didn't get to play the old school games. That's my target audience. If people that played those old school games also want to come and play it, sure, cool, great. But we're trying to reintroduce the old school way of doing things to a new group of people. That could be their target audience. Like, you're just assuming that they're making a game for EverQuest players, period. And that's just not the case. It's not true. Go ask Sean. Like that's not the case. I do agree with their own IP, and they have the right to do whatever they want with it. Yeah, absolutely. I'd rather make MnM good and unique personally, but my horse in the race isn't the same as everyone else's. I want them to make the game that they want to make. And Sean has said many, many, many times that they're going to make the game they want to make. So there you go. I don't think they've flip-flopped or changed any of their stuff. They just said, you know, here, we want to make a game that is blah, 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 whatever they said. I don't think they may have said EQ inspired. I don't think they did. I think they said old school inspired. It just happened to be very EverQuest inspired and copy and pasted. We just use EQ reference to this game, just explaining it to others as its closest, nothing more. Better than saying it was like Star Wars Galaxy. Yeah, exactly. I would say, I would agree with that statement. This game is most closely related to EverQuest in a lot of ways. Yes. I can pick out more things of how it's similar to EverQuest than any other game. I would agree with that statement. Does it need to stay that way? Absolutely not. Should it stay that way? I don't think so. I personally would rather them go their own direction and make it a unique experience. I think if you've never played EverQuest, you're using these games to jump in when you could jump into EverQuest and play it as a foolish move, because EverQuest, as it stands right now, blows all three of these games completely out of the water. I disagree. I don't like the direction that they went with EverQuest. So I 100% disagree with that statement. I'm only one person, but I disagree with that. EverQuest was fun in the beginning when it first came out. I could see so many of its flaws. I would have changed a lot of things if I would have been developing EverQuest in 1999. I would have gone a different direction in many ways. But I wasn't the developer of it. So it went the way that it went. Was it successful? Yeah, it was very successful. Is it still successful today? Yeah, it depends. It depends on what you just determine as success. But I didn't like the direction that they went ultimately with EverQuest. I love the raids. That's one thing that I do like about EverQuest, is that it was they made it extremely focused on the in-game raiding. But yeah, I wouldn't have done everything that EverQuest did. P99 and or the TLP servers dominate? Dominate what? What are they dominating? I don't think they're dominating anything. Pretty sure World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV are the ones that are dominating if you're talking about MMOs. Pretty sure they started this whole thing because their target audience was themselves, nothing more and nothing less, really. That's absolutely it, Matt. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, like Sean said, like, he loved EverQuest. He was a developer of EverQuest, and he enjoyed that game. And he's like, I think we can make something similar that feels familiar but is still unique. And that was the whole plan from the very beginning. I don't think it was ever meant to be so copy and paste of EverQuest. With the skills and stuff, I don't think it was ever meant to be that way. It just kind of turned into that. Those aren't MMOs. World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV aren't MMOs. What the heck are you talking about? I'm gonna stop reading your comments today. You're taking crazy pills. Trying to make a game for old EQ players would be a horrible business model. It kind of would be, yeah. It kind of would be. Like, making a game that old EverQuest players would like, but also a lot more other people would like, is a good business model. But to focus it and be like, we are going to specifically make a game for these approximately 1 million people that ever actually played EverQuest. Like, how many people have played EverQuest? Let's see if Google knows the answer. I don't know if they do. How many people have played EverQuest? Millions of people. While a developer... Maintains an active community of 50 to 90,000 monthly players, 10,000 concurrent players. Lifetime reached its absolute height in 2003. The game boasted 400,000 simultaneous subscribers. So that was at their absolute peak. Was 400,000 total people. You know, I mean, this company's not trying to hit 400,000, but I mean, a good business model would try to hit as many people as possible, you know, in the gaming market. You got multiple millions of people. Like, let's compare that to, like, World of Warcraft. How many players did World of Warcraft have at its peak? 12 million active subscribers. That's a lot more. So, there you go. 90% solo games. Okay. Again, I'm not going to read anymore what you're saying. Modern WoW is a solo game, not the original version. Yeah, exactly. It's like I said. I'm going to stop reading your comments because they're based out in left field. You're literally on something today. This was always intended to be a niche game. It is. Yeah, it's absolutely intended to be a niche game. What's WoW current sub? I don't know. We can look. Wrong thing. We can look. We can see what Google says. What is World of Warcraft current subscribers? 7 to 9 million, according to the Googles. Revealed a 9 million subscriber number. This was 6 months ago, according to this person. Or this video or whatever that was. So. Sounds like Sean just needs to pivot to a WoW spiritual successor. Yeah, I don't think he wants to do that either. Still quite high. Yeah, it's a lot. I think I want to say Final Fantasy XIV beat out World of Warcraft at least for like a year or something. I don't know if it still has those numbers or not. Saw a pretty decent take that WoW was trending down in Wrath of the Lich King. If the game was so perfect, you should have seen blind growth into the early Cataclysm next patch. Classic vanilla WoW carried those numbers and growth through the first expansion pack. Yeah, absolutely. I think World of Warcraft, classic World of Warcraft, I think at this point might be equally as popular as retail World of Warcraft. Maybe. I don't know. How many of those are WoW Classic players? I don't know. I don't know if that, like, we can ask Google. How many World of Warcraft subscribers are Classic players? Blizzard did not officially break down the subscriber, retail, and Classic. However, third-party and community metrics, Classic version account for about 1.2 million. According to this. But that's according to a 7.25 million active monthly subscribers. So, I mean, it's all kind of speculation. It's going to be hard to tell, but Classic is still very popular. Yeah, it's extremely popular. You got to realize growth has a derivative, and something still can grow at a slow rate. It can, yeah. According to Google, it was 400,000, but yeah, 500,000 might have been the more accurate number. Sal, I don't know. But I mean, that's the thing. Like, again, as Woolsocks pointed out, they didn't create this game to be as big as World of Warcraft or even EverQuest was. They never, that was never the intent. The intent was to make an old school MMO that they wanted to play. That's it. That the original developers like Sean and Nick and Ali and whoever were the original people that created Niche World's Cult. That was it. That was what they were doing. I'm excited for Monsters of Memories to have a chance to do something unique, cater to a niche audience that hopefully has a great product once fully live. I agree. I agree with that 100%. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it being unique, being its own thing, and I hope that in 20 years, people speak of Monsters of Memories the same way that they speak of EverQuest, the same way that they speak of World of Warcraft or Dark Age of Camelot or any of the other MMOs that people have played. That's what I'm hoping for. It's really what I'm hoping for. Would love to see it. And it's got the potential to do that. I mean, it's got the potential to even be better than those games if they wanted to. You know, if depending on what direction they go with it and how they develop it. Could this game be a WoW killer? Sure. Will it be? Probably not. But could it be? Yeah, absolutely. I think it's too niche for that to happen. I mean, maybe. But who's to say that over time it doesn't grow into something else and become less niche? Right? Like, you never really know. I would have never thought that Minecraft, when it originally came out, would have grown into this huge thing that it is. I mean, I look at that game and I'm like, what? There's no way this game is going to be a multi-billion-dollar game over the next 20 years. And look what it did. I didn't think that something like Among Us would get the popularity that it did. But it did. So, like, games can kind of come out of nowhere and just people like them. And they just enjoy it. Who would have thought that Warcraft 3 would have created League of Legends, which would have created another one of the biggest games ever made. League of Legends, Minecraft, Fortnite. I mean, those are like three of the top largest games to ever be made. And it's like, who would have thought that those games, I mean, Fortnite kind of makes sense, but League of Legends? It was just made as like a little side fun project. It was very niche at the time, extremely niche at the time, and it blew up to what it is now. Like, I mean, who's to say? Yeah, what are the top 3 games in the world? Let's see. Or let's say top 5. What are the top 5 video games? We'll say right now, actually. I'm just curious. Wow. Fortnite, Minecraft, Roblox, Counter-Strike 2. This is still a thing, really? And Kingdom Come Deliverance, according to Google AI. I would imagine League of Legends is also in that category somewhere, depending on... I don't know what metrics they're using here. But yeah, Minecraft being a number 2 game, in the world, and it's been around... I mean, that's crazy to me. Crazy to me. Dota 1 was literally a Warcraft 3 custom map. Minted as nothing more. Exactly, yeah. That's really all it was. And Dota is... I would say, some would argue that Dota and League of Legends are, equally as popular. I would say that League of Legends is probably more popular online and streaming, Twitch and all that kind of stuff. But I think Dota is just as popular of a game as far as fan base. It's just not. I for some reason it's not streamed as much. I feel like, but that doesn't make it less popular. Half-Life, Counter-Strike was a Half-Life multiplayer mod. Yeah, it was actually. You're right. I didn't even think about that when we saw that. Games that are more simple appeal to a much wider audience. The complexity factor of MnM would drive away a lot of casuals. I'm not complaining because I like the grind. I don't think it's that complex. I will agree with you on the grinding, though, Extra Stout. I'm going to start calling you Guinness because you're extra stout. But no, like, I don't think it's complex. I think that the one thing that's great about Monsters and Memories and could potentially make it take off is the simplicity of it. It's really not that complicated of a game. Like, it's not World of Warcraft. It's not Final Fantasy 14. There's not, billions of buttons, just like tons of buttons and colors flashing everywhere and things happening all the time. Like that, those games, I used to play them a ton. And I mean, sure, I could go back and play them now, but they give me anxiety when I play them now. Like, they're pretty overwhelming. The last time I did like Mythic Plus stuff in World of Warcraft, or did like the, what are they called in Final Fantasy? The, I forget what they call them now, but the super mega bosses, when they just keep making them harder and harder. The last time I did all that, man, I was getting so overwhelmed. Your dog's name is Guinness? Nice. Is he super stout? Savage runs? Yeah, all of that stuff. Like, doing all of those things, I mean, I was getting so overwhelmed. I'm just like, oh my gosh, there's too much happening on my screen. You have, like, abilities going off, and you have, like, I mean, I'm surprised I didn't have a seizure. Black and Tan Coonhound. Nice. Awesome. The children yearn for the mines. They do. They do. The idea that League of Legends is one of the most followed lores of characters is crazy to me. Props to League of Legends video creator. Absolutely. They made a whole movie about League of Legends and Minecraft. Those were like supposed to be just like these little niche games for a niche crowd. And they've literally blown up. They're making a second Minecraft movie with people like Jack Black, like A-list actors and stuff like this. It's crazy to me. Like, how does this niche game turn into something that big? Nuts. Yeah, the Arcane TV show, yeah, it was crazy good. Just put out a number before you looked it up. You're good. The children yearn for the mines. Yeah, we read that. League is more popular, but the pro scene purses may be larger in Dota, or at least a few years ago. Yeah, I think that League is probably more popular with the average player, right? And like, just like if you go up to somebody, it's kind of like saying Pokemon is a more popular game than some other card game, like maybe Magic the Gathering. But it's like both of them have their place, right? But I think that, yeah, Dota is North America, but once you include China and other Asian countries, League of Legends takes over pretty handily. Yeah, because I just think it's more popular there, in like certain areas. You also have to think that over in Japan, China, Korea, you probably have more gamers per capita, I would imagine, right? Like here in the U.S., it depends on what kind of gamer you're talking about. Here in the U.S., what do we have? 380 million people population-wise. 300 million of those probably have played some sort of video game. But when we're talking about like a League of Legends style game or an MMO, you're less likely to have a player in the U.S. than somebody over in Japan, let's say. Like over in Japan, your online persona, it helps you. I'm not going to go and put, I was a guild leader of a raid guild, at this point in my life, put that on a resume. In Japan, that would absolutely probably fly on a resume. And they'd be like, oh, wow, you were that guy? They would know who you are. Here in the U.S., they'd be like, oh, you play video games all day? I'm not going to hire you. It's a different, they look at it differently. Minecraft wouldn't be as popular as it is without YouTube and content creators. Open world are gold mines for creating content. That's probably a fair statement. That's a fair statement. I wouldn't mind a good stout right about now. I'm kind of on that same boat with you. I could go for a Guinness at the moment. Get some bangers and mash, and a Guinness sounds good to me. Druid Embers is good, but it takes a long time to apply, like 15-20 seconds, due to the fact you have to cast it 3 times. Oh, you're way behind, Ada. You're way behind. Okay. He said something earlier in the stream as well. And I was like, what are you talking about? I think YouTube is way behind for some people. League of Legends is one of the first best games free to play correctly. That's true as well. Yeah. It was also that free to play movement. Like they put that free to play out there and just that blew up. Like making everything free to play. There's good and bad to it. I think that in some ways, developers they went the right direction. League of Legends, that's the right direction with it. I feel like Fortnite, kind of the right direction with it, with that free to play side of it. But then you have other games that are just pay to win, which you could say that League of Legends was kind of pay to win ish. Because you could buy a character as soon as it comes out rather than having to earn the character through gameplay. And some of those characters do come out pretty powerful, but yeah. Path of Exile followed closely behind as well. I think Path of Exile is borderline, in my opinion, right? It's very borderline. I think it did very well as a free-to-play model, but it dipped its toes into that pay-to-win side. Just barely dipped its toes into it. Because, like, Path of Exile 2, you don't have to spend any money on it, and you can play the entire game, and you can have a lot of fun. However, you want to get those storage. If you've played Path of Exile 2, or even Path of Exile 1, you want to have that storage. You want to buy the extra storage containers. If you don't buy that, are you really a competitive Path of Exile player? Probably not. Anyone I know, Path of Exile player that takes it seriously, blows money every new season. Exactly. It dips its toes in pay to win for sure. But you can't really pay to make your character stronger, which is good. But you absolutely need some of those features. It's pay to get the right features, kind of thing. More you get free trial, then got to spend a few bucks on the stash space. Yeah. But since it's not PvP, it doesn't have the same issues. It doesn't. You're right. I mean, I would agree, but they definitely dip their toes in there. But I also disagree with the people that say that if a game isn't PvP, it can't be pay to win. I disagree with that too. Because I know what it's like to be on the PvE side. A competitive PvE player does exist. I am one of them. There are a lot of competitive PvE players. Quite a few. So, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like some of these games, they do it well. Some other games don't do it so well. It's got to be careful. It's a very fine line. I hope that we never see any type of real money trading. I know Sean has said multiple times that they're not going to do any type of microtransaction, not real money trading. Microtransactions in this game. And I hope they stick to that. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't stick to that. But the heck? Sorry, I'm trying to do something on my phone. So, yeah, I hope that we never see that. I'm at the highest autism spectrum of PvE tryhard. Me too. Competitive PvE is the biggest reason World of Warcraft is so big on Twitch. It is. It really is, yeah. Like, the PvP side of World of Warcraft, people like to do it and stream it on Twitch. But really, I feel like the end game, first to clear out raids, first to do this, whatever, world first type of stuff, that race is huge. Every time a new expansion comes out, I mean, like those those World of Warcraft Twitch streamers come out of nowhere. Like, they're just thousands of them. They're just all over the dang place. And they're like, I'm going to be world first. And it's like, no one knows who you are. Like, are you going to be world first? I doubt it. You're not going to beat these people that have been competing for world first every single, like, expansion for 20 plus years. But, you could come in and be that person. You could. There was a random guy with Diablo 4. I forget what his name was now. But there was a random guy in Diablo 4. And it was like, you had people like Rax and, some of the other, like, what's his name? Ryder? Is it Ryder? Anyway, you had some of the bigger Diablo streamers, that played a lot of ARPGs. And they came in and they played Diablo 4. And clearly they're going to get a lot of people to watch them play Diablo 4 and Path of Exile 2. Then you had this random guy, like a couple months into Diablo 4. He came out of nowhere, created some build, and became like the Twitch sensation for Diablo 4. Riker, that's the guy I was thinking of. Yeah, Riker was the other guy. That's not the guy I'm talking about, but he was the other one when I said Rax and Riker, and then some other ones as well. There's several of them that are pretty big into ARPGs. But yeah, this one random guy came out of freaking left field. He created one build. It was super strong. He basically found a bugged build in the game. Super strong, killed like everything, and then people just started watching him like exclusively. Like, he's the guy to go to. And I was like, what the heck? But it can happen. Echo and Liquid are the only true competitors, or RWF. Oh, yeah? I think it's funny that, like, it's like these gaming teams now that are competitive in these MMOs. Because back in my day, back in the heyday, it wasn't a gaming team. It wasn't like these sponsored groups of people that were getting paid to just be the best at a video game. It was just people that enjoyed the game. There's a ton of money in it, yeah. I've had a fair share of world first at MMOs. You need to have a platform to capitalize on, or you're still a nobody. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's how I mean, I've been part of world first as well in MMOs. I've done a lot of really good things. But if I didn't have the support system of the right people around me, you're just a random person. You got to find the right people. Money is God on earth for now. Money is definitely something. It is definitely something. Ruins everything? It kind of does, yeah. Then you have people like Elon Musk saying that money is not going to be needed in the future. You sure about that, Elon? I mean, maybe it won't. How I look at it, you make 1 million predictions, you're bound to get one right. Go back to trading goods? Is that better? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, in a way, some ways, yeah, just trading items is better. Like, because who puts the monetary, like, think about it this way. Who says what an item is worth? Why can't I pick this item up? There we go. Who says what an item is worth? Like, who determines the value of an item, right? The value of item is determined by society. But each individual in society is going to have a different value on different items. So the barter system, what's good about that is I may be willing to give you more hay if for a little bit less corn, because I want corn and I have a lot of hay. Right? But the next person might be like, "No, I've got plenty of hay," or I don't have enough hay to give away, but I could use a little bit more corn. But I do have some corn, but I could use a little bit. So I'll give you some hay for your corn. So, like, it allows you to kind of barter a little bit, Whereas with the dollar or a currency, generally items are just like, it's this amount. Very little bartering goes on unless you go to like a pawn shop. It's what any party is willing to pay. Yeah. Exactly. For-profit, healthcare, education. Yes. All of those for-profit things like that. Oh my gosh. I think, I don't know. We're gonna start getting into politics if we start going too much farther into this. And I don't want to get into politics. So I'm going to refrain from getting into the politics. But I agree with you guys. Yeah, it's a tough situation. People with all the money will not volunteer for a system that gives that up. Yeah. And they have the power. Maybe, but here's a thing that I heard a long time ago. People that have money, once you get to a certain point of money, money no longer matters. Now you want to be the most powerful person in the room. I think there was an episode of House of Cards that kind of talked about this and kind of addressed this situation. But basically, it's, you have, let's say, $100 billion. Okay, well, if you have $100 billion or if you have $1 trillion, does it really make a difference? No, it's not going to make a difference. There's no way you're going to spend either of those amounts of money in your lifetime unless you just buy the world. Like, you just can't. I mean, you can basically have whatever you want with either $100 billion or $1 trillion. You can basically buy whatever it is that you want. Because I can't think of a single thing that's worth over $100 billion, right? So the point is, at that point, they start fighting over who's the most important person in the room. And that's kind of where we're at right now with people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all those people, right? You can buy entire companies. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just, I was going to say the no politics tag. I'm going to add onto that. Yeah, no politics. I'm not talking politics. I'm not going to side one way or the other. But that's just where people end up going. Want to trade hay and corn for Chrono? I like it. One word, gold farmers in this game blow up on release. Well, that's the thing is I don't think that's going to happen because what are the gold farmers going to do? They can go farm gold, sure, and then they have to sell it. Okay, cool. Now we're going to start seeing the devs have tools to see this, by the way. They have actual tooling that can see different trades and where money goes to different people. And why did this person have, 100 copper and now all of a sudden they have 500 platinum? They just went from here to here overnight. That's not possible in normal gameplay. Not possible. Somebody had to give them all of that money. So that's a red flag. They can then go and find out, okay, where did that money come from? Did it come from everybody on the server gave that one person platinum? Okay, that's legit. That checks out. Or did one person give that person platinum? Okay, now that's a little suspicious. Why would somebody give you 500 platinum? You see what I'm saying? So, like, these tools that they have in place in this game are probably going to stop that very quickly. And because they're going to have a lower player base, it's going to be much easier for them to go through and find that stuff. When you have millions of players, much more difficult to find that stuff. When you get to economy manipulating amounts of money, it's no longer about money. It's about control. Exactly. Just let me play. Yeah, it becomes about the control, about the power, about all of the other things. Yeah. The richest in the world aren't advocating for higher tax rates or anything like that. Well, they don't want higher tax rates. They don't want any. They have the power. Money gives them power, and they know that. But now they're not competing with everybody else. They don't want the higher tax rates because they don't want to lose the money, to lose the leverage over all of us. But amongst themselves, the amount of money they have doesn't matter. I mean, if you're Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, it's who has the taller hedges. Right now, that happens to be Jeff Bezos. He has the taller hedges. But they're both right now both of those guys are fighting for the space race. Why in the world is Jeff Bezos even involved in space? Does he think Amazon's going to go to space next? Like we're going to shoot rockets into space, go around the world, and then come back down, and like he's going to one day delivery from the U.S. to Japan? Like, is that the plan? Is that what we're doing here? Like they're fighting each other. They're swinging their whatever around. You know what I'm saying? Like it's us versus robber barons. Yeah, it kind of is. I got auto banned every day in WoW for making too much gold and had to get a GM to restore my account every day. They're racing to mine the moon for gold, platinum, and helium. Is that helium? Yeah, they probably are. They probably are. I don't know. Is there gold and platinum? Are those things actually on the moon? Intercontinental ballistic delivery. Yeah, I see that. I see that. Yeah. I don't know why you would go for gold. Well, no, gold makes sense. Do you know why? Like, check. You can fact check this if you want to. I may be wrong on it. But I heard part of the reason why gold is worth so much money is because it's one of the lighter weight metals that can conduct electricity. And it's like it's just a very lightweight metal, but can still conduct electricity easily. And that's why they used it for a long time, supposedly. And I was like, what? Really? I always thought gold was heavy. But I guess you can make a really thin piece of gold and it conducts electricity. That's why you have gold-plated like wiring and stuff. One of the best conductors for chips. Yeah, maybe that's the reason too. Like one of the best conductors for chips. Like it moves data faster and stuff. I don't know. There's something to that. And I was like, that's interesting. And it's a finite resource. And since we use computers, like computers have become, the world. So now we need to make things lighter, and they need to be able to conduct electricity, and they need to be able to move information. And gold just happens to be one of those metals. So it increases. That's why gold value continues to go up over time. It's not because of jewelry. Shocker. Back in EQ2, our guild would be banned basically weekly because in-game mind, no single entity should have that % of server wealth. I want to say, yeah, our guild was one of the richest in the game. We had a couple of the richest people. According to that, what was that EQ2? What was that thing called? Like the EQ2 database or whatever. I think we had like 2 or 3 of the top 10 richest people in the game in our guild. It wasn't me. They found an exploit early on. Oh, dude, the EQ2 Flames forums? Oh my gosh, dude. I was a founding member of that. I was one of the founding members. I got one of those badges. The special badges that like the first few people got. Man, I was on EQ2 Flames every day. Yeah, I kind of stopped. I stopped posting there because it got too flamey. Yeah, I remember EQ2 Flames or EQ Flames or whatever it was called. That was man. Those forums. Are they still around? I think they're still around. Let's see. No. What's this say, though? This was from 2 years ago. Just, I guess, the Discord now. Missed those days. That was some good times. Yeah, EQ2 Flames was awesome. Golly, I love that. Just getting on there, reading all that stuff, man. If the metal itself was valued at its real-world use case, it would be much, much less. Yeah, gold is worth so much because people buy it, and it's hard to mine. Well, yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, for sure, Matt. But it's because of its uses as well. But I think there's another metal that's technically better than gold. What is the best metal for computing? Well, say computing power. That's a good way to do it. Copper is. Wow. Yeah. The conductivity is gold and silver, while silicon does actually computed. Gold is used to plate CPU pins and connectors because it prevents corrosion and is the most reliable material for transferring data. So there you go. But that's the thing, is they just have to plate it in gold. They don't have to have it solid gold. So they could use a different metal and then plate it with gold, which definitely changes things. Hey, Rook Raccoon coming in with the raid party. Thanks so much, Rook Raccoon. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you guys here. Titanium is better, yeah. The gold bubble is 4 times more expensive than its historical adjusted for inflation value. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, like that kind of stuff. Like, I'm not a big diamonds person. I don't want to buy diamonds because it's an artificially inflated value. What you up to, Rook Raccoon? I hope you are doing well and had a great stream. Both diamonds and gold can be created in labs. Can they though? Like, can gold be created in a lab? And it's still the same inherent properties that regular gold is? Like diamonds, we can actually make fake diamonds, cubic zirconiums, that are stronger than a diamond, I think. But which is, you know, in my opinion, why diamonds shouldn't be that expensive. The only reason that a diamond is expensive is because the uniqueness of a diamond. Like every diamond is different. But we use those types of things like diamond edge saws and all that kind of stuff because they're just really hard and they can cut things. But gold, I don't know. You can make gold. Yeah, but can you make gold with the same properties? Because we can make diamonds, but it's not really a diamond. And it's, so like making the gold is not really gold, is it? I mean, I don't know. I don't deal with these kind of things. That's outside of my wheelhouse. Same real gold. It's more expensive to make than it's worth. So it's just, you can make it, but it costs more to make than it does to just mine it out of the ground. Yeah, I feel like if you can make it, I don't know. I don't do those things. That is not my area of expertise. Just got to melt down a few monster cables and get that gold, right? Gold is an element. A molecule of gold is the same everywhere. That's what I mean. If it's actual gold, though, that's what I'm getting at with that, with my statement that I made. Like, when we make diamonds, we're not actually creating a diamond, right? I don't think. I think you're creating like a cubic zirconium, which has very similar properties to a diamond, but it's not a diamond. It's expensive nuclear decay. Okay. I mean, sure, we'll go with it. I'm not going to dispute you because I don't know. I have no idea. I know when I'm outside of my understanding of things. Real diamonds are really in a lab now and economically valuable. Diamond's not an element; it's a product. It is, yeah. It's just taking, like, it's just the compression or whatever. But I don't think you can I don't think we have the ability to compress things enough to make a true diamond, do we? They're actual diamonds? That's interesting. Wow. We do have the ability to do that? Synthetic diamonds are real diamonds? Really? Interesting. Interesting. Cool. Sounds good to me. After the next kill, whatever it is, I'm going to go make a sandwich real quick. $3D printing diamonds? Yeah. I could 3D print a plastic one. What's that? Okay. I've heard there's nothing very different between synthetic diamonds and genuine diamonds. I mean, sure. Sounds good to me. But you can tell the difference. Well, you can tell the difference because a synthetic diamond, you could probably make it perfect, right? Like a natural diamond is always going to have some sort of flaw. It's color, cut, clarity, all that kind of stuff, right? I would imagine. But when they make fake diamonds or synthetic diamonds or whatever, I imagine they probably make them in like a very controlled setting where they're just perfectly done every time. So it's kind of funny to me. It's almost like buying a natural diamond that is perfect. If you can prove that it is a natural diamond and it is perfect, then that would be worth a lot of money, right? But I would think that maybe buying a diamond that isn't perfect because of its uniqueness, it is literally a one of a kind. It's like a snowflake. So it would be worth more because they're so unique. But everybody wants, like a bigger diamond that's perfectly clear, that's, like all these things, no flaws whatsoever. It's weird. The impurities give different colors to diamonds. Yeah. But that's part of the clarity of the diamond. There's clarity, cut, carat, and what's the fourth one? I forget. The illusion of scarcity is necessary. Well, yeah. I mean, diamonds are not as scarce as you would think they are. Laser etching their name and their diamonds now to prove it was mined. Are they really? That's interesting. But does that really prove that they're mined? Because couldn't they synthetically make a diamond and then laser etch their name into that synthetically created diamond? And then just not tell anybody? Be like, yeah, we totally mined these. Color. Yes, color. Yeah, I was getting that wrong. I was thinking clarity was color, but it's not. So that's the one that I forgot. They could do that? Yeah. I feel like people cheat all the time with stuff like that. Whole world's full of cheaters. The pumpkin eaters. All right. I'll be right back. I'm going to go make a sandwich real quick because I'm kind of hungry. I was going to wait until a little bit later and just eat with the family, whatever we eat for dinner, but I'm a little hungry now, so be right back. I'm also going to get a drink. Okie dokie. Oh, shoot. I was going a little longer than I thought. Sorry about that. How we doing? What's going on, Ryan? Any drops today? Yeah, we got a couple of little things. Nothing that we want. We're here for the lantern. I don't know who we're camping it for or why we're camping it, but we're camping it. Oh, okay. Strange how when you talk about global economy and market manipulation, you keep edging towards anti-Semitic. I mean, yeah. What's the lantern do? The lantern goes in your hand or belt slot, so we can go down here in the belt slot. It has 5 health regeneration on it, and it's a lamp. It's a light source. Unlimited light source, which I think they need more of in the game. What's up, Ice Cream Hunter? How you doing, bud? Yes, the beta servers, the closed beta servers are available. Hey, what's up, Hyper Taco? Didn't see that you came in. Wow, you want one? Yeah, they're pretty good. It's a pretty good item. They can only be used, though, by the 7 casters. So your 3 healers and your 4 int casters. And Spellblade and Shadow Knight. So it can't be used by just everybody. I would totally use it. Yep, there's a pale. There you go. Git sent me the link for it. That's it right there. So, it's just Spellblade. Oh, I thought Shadow Knight was on here. It's not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know why Spellblade's on here. I honestly have no idea why they get this. But they do. But this item for necromancers and shaman is like super powerful. Super duper powerful. Because you can put it in your belt slot. So you can put it down here on one of these bag slots over here. And it still functions with the 5 health regen. So that's what I do on my wizard, is I put it on my belt slot when I'm quad kiting. And it allows me to heal back up. So I don't have to use a bunch of bandages. It's a really, really, really good item. Did we ever get one of those for Andy or no? Okay. I mean, I'll give him mine off of Cradle if he comes back, and we don't have one for him. But yeah, it's nice for everybody to have the light too. Like the more people we have with the light, it's just awesome to have. I just want to have a light source. I wish that there was one that it was all unlimited light source. Yeah, like why do all the other lamps require fuel? This one doesn't. Like it doesn't make sense. I think it was just I bet you it was supposed to require fuel and it wasn't flagged properly. Can't wait to see how the Deep Race's Ultravision functions. I've had Ultravision cast on me a while ago on the closed alpha server when it was alpha, and it wasn't great. It wasn't great. Okay. There was the day blindness and all that. I am curious to see how it works now because I think they've dialed it in a little bit more, like tuned it a little bit more. Fuel would be another good mini gold sink. Well, they have that. Like right now, lanterns, you can buy a lantern in the game and it costs like almost a gold, I think. I I don't remember how much lanterns cost. I think they brought the price down on them actually quite a bit. But you can buy a lantern, and then you can buy fuel for like 10 copper or something. It's pretty cheap. But the fuel will refill your lantern 3 or 4 times when you use it. So full refills on it. And yeah, I think it's a decent gold sink, but nobody uses them because you can just turn up the gamma, turn down the gamma, that whole thing, like just going in here, like this ability alone, and the ability to adjust your monitor and your ability to adjust your graphics card kind of negates the whole purpose for having the lanterns. So fuel isn't stackable, which is annoying. It's not, but you only need 1 fuel. I mean, I agree, having a bunch of extra fuel is nice. But if you have a lantern and then you have 1 thing of fuel, you can use it, I think it's 3, maybe 4 times to fill it back up. So one of those technically is like 3 stacks or 3 refills or whatever. But I think a lantern, if you leave it on, will only last like 30 minutes. I don't know how long it lasts. It's not that long. I think one lantern should last a full night, which would be 36 minutes. So you turn it on at 6 p.m. and then by 6 a.m. it runs out of fuel. That would be kind of nice if they kind of timed them that way. That, of course, wouldn't work in a dungeon situation, but it'd be kind of nice. They could block gamma adjustment PC side, but they couldn't stop adjusting monitor gamma. Yeah, exactly. You can't. That's the thing, is you can't stop the adjustment of the monitor brightness and gamma and all of that kind of stuff. You can't stop that. But the issue that I have with it, to further go into that, is the brightness and everything on your screen is determined by everything, like your room brightness. Because I have a stream lamp up here, a stream light or whatever, that's very bright, coming right down in my face, it makes my pupils smaller, so less light is getting in, so it makes the game darker, just automatically. So I have to turn my game brightness up because I have a very bright lamp above me. Or if you have a window, I have a window open over here that's got sunlight coming in. Again, you need to have your screen brighter just for that reason. But if I had like a very dark room and a dark game, I could see it a lot better. So I don't know. There's too many like little nuances like that, and I just don't like it. What mob drops? Just listening, not watching full time. What mob drops that? It's this mob right here. Stable Master Tumaz drops the lantern as well as a couple other items. P99 block gamma settings, but can't stop the monitor gamma. Yeah. I always have played games Max Dark, The Forest, Son of nice. Days. Well, okay, here's a different one though. This is different. This is different. You're talking about a game that is meant to be scary, or several games that are meant to be scary. They're meant to be dark. They're meant to use light sources as part of the game. If I'm playing Resident Evil, Silent Hill, The Forest, DayZ, all of those kind of games, absolutely. I want to adjust the brightness level of my game for the atmosphere that game is supposed to be giving me, because it's supposed to be scary. It's supposed to be that type of game. You could make that argument for this game too. However, I don't agree with that on this type of game. If I'm playing a Mario game, I'm not going to make it dark just to make it dark, No. If I'm playing Street Fighter, I want to be able to see what the heck I'm doing. But yeah, in a game like those, Sons of the Forest. Oh, okay, Sons of the Forest, yeah. I don't think I played the second one yet. I want to. I love The Forest, man. That was a fun game. But I love my scary games. I really love my scary games. And I would like to play more of them. I would like to stream more of them. I don't know who would actually come in and want to see me stream some scary games, but I will totally do it. I want to get this 7th Guest game, which isn't really that scary. More of a puzzle solver game. But anyway, those kind of games, they're meant to be dark, you know? What was that other game that I played? Something Last? Outlast. My goodness, dude. Outlast actually kind of creeped me out when I played that game. It was actually scary. Got the Greaves. But yeah, Outlast, man. That game, you had to play it at dark. You used flashlights. Like you had to, it was part of the game was getting the flashlights and being able to see where you're going and all that. So, anyway, just my take on it. I just don't agree with it in this game. My mom's finally going out and doing something. So for those that don't know, my stepdad passed not too long ago, and my mom has been kind of caring for him a lot over the past many years. But we're trying to get her to go out and do stuff, and she's going to visit my cousin. Just kind of get her out of the house, you know? She needs that. So I'm glad she's going. That was I was just reading a message about that. What happened to that email that I had? Okay, there it is. I found it. Yeah, I want to play 7th Guest. Like, that's a game that, you know, might want it to be dark in some places. That whole objects in motions tend to stay in motion works for people in that position too. It's a good idea to get her out and doing things because objects at rest tend to stay at rest. Yeah, she is definitely an object in motion. She has always just been like, go, go, go. And a lot of that has been taking care of my stepdad. And now that he's passed, it's kind of like, you know, she wakes up in the morning. She's like, what do I do today? You know, she doesn't have she has things that she does and she wants to do and whatever, but way less obligation, way less. My experience with family, I know getting them into activities and being around people helps so much. It does. Yeah, it helps a ton. Like, I feel like that's why a lot of elderly people get into like bingo and things like that. It's a simple activity that they can do with a bunch of other people. She also has like in her, where she lives, there's a green area or whatever. And down there they have this shuffleboard, like large shuffleboard thing. I forget what they call it. It might be called shuffleboard. I think she should get involved in that. Get involved in some water aerobics or something. She should make a bard. You're not going to see her playing many video games. The most video games I ever saw her actually play was Monopoly. When we had Monopoly, my son wanted to play it, and I had it on the PlayStation. And We were like, all you have to do is hit this one button to roll the dice, and the game pretty much does everything else for you. Yeah, she's just not a gamer. She'll play like a board game or card game, but she won't play video games. Which is kind of weird that I got into video games. Like I don't know, it's my thing. My mom was super big Uno enjoyer. Nice, I love Uno. Does your mom play Uno with all the different rules? Or does she play it like as per the rules in the book? For example, a lot of people play Uno draw until you draw, like you keep drawing until you can play a card. That's technically not rules in the book. You're supposed to draw one card and then it goes to the next player. But some people did it draw until you can actually play. Old school by the book, I like it. I like it. That's the only way you can finish some of those games. Like we used to play Monopoly with the free parking, where whenever you paid certain things like the taxes or whenever you paid whatever in Monopoly, it would go to free parking, and then whoever landed on free parking would get all the money. Man, that made Monopoly last forever. We had Monopoly games that would literally last for like weeks. We'd play them after school, and we would just leave the board set up. Man, those are good times. I don't think we're ever going to see that again. Like, I mean, there might be some kids that do it today, where they have like their little nerd caves. But we had this one friend of mine who had a room set up, like a game room kind of thing set up, and just a big gaming table. And we would set up a game and sit there and play that game for hours. And we'd go home and go back over there the next day, play it for hours. I just don't see that happen anymore. I actually want to start I would like to start a weekly D&D game for kids. That's something that I would like to do. If I can get a house that has a room that's big enough for gaming in, like just a game room, I would love to get a table out and like actually get a D&D game going for kids and just do a weekly game and get like invite the neighborhood kids and stuff, you know, like, or my kids or my kids' friends, and just set up a game for them. I think it'd be fun. House taxes, free parking, jackpot could change a game. It oftentimes did. Yeah. Yeah. That jackpot made people like go from broke to having all the money in the game. We played Monopoly a bunch. I think that's the reason I don't like Monopoly now. I despise that game. I just can't stand it. But we also played Axis and Allies a lot as a kid. Like, that was one of my favorite. And Risk. I didn't like Risk either. Risk was too RNG based. That's what I didn't like about it. I like Axis and Allies a lot more because it was more strategy. Risk had strategy to it, but it was still, you know, how many sixes can you roll? You know, you get lucky and just Yahtzee. You know, kind of win. I think a lot of kids, adults too, would enjoy it if just tried it out. D&D night, yeah. I think they would too. I would love to do that. I thought about trying to like buy or start up a company around here and start a business and have a gaming business, and I would sell gaming stuff, you know, like card games and such, board games, but then also have video games there. And people can come in and they can pay by the hour or pay for an all-day pass to have video games. It's weird, though. Like, I think that it would be very successful if you get it at the right place and at the right time. It would need to, like, start, like, right at the start of summer when all the kids are out. I think it would need to start then, and just to get that client base coming in. And then, you know, like right now where I live, the schools are relatively close together. and kids often go to like the different places around here, like the Chick-fil-A and Starbucks and McDonald's and those kind of things, you know, the gas stations. And they get out of school and they just walk to those and just kind of hang out at them. I think that a gaming place would be super successful. Open it up right as school was getting out every day and leave it open until, 9 or 10 o'clock at night. So you only need to have it open for like 6 to 8 hours a day. And then on the weekends, I think it could be super successful. But, Last time I played with the family, I had to toss 20K into the pot and ended up losing 3 turns later, landing on Boardwalk Hotels. Yikes. So tired of losing risk games to friends who made terrible choices but rolled high. Exactly. I can't stand risk because of that. It was way too luck-based. Crappy rolling skills always killed my D&D characters. Well, the thing is about D&D and rolling bad. Like, the RNG in D&D actually makes it fun if you have a good DM. Like, the DM will be like, okay, you rolled poorly and you've been rolling poorly all night. Let's have fun with it. We're not going to kill off your character, but we're going to have some fun with it, And the DM will let you like role play your way out of a lot of situations. Like you roll poorly and then you just role play out of those situations. I wanted to play like a clumsy wizard, like librarian type of person. So like a very high intelligent, but extremely low dex. That's a character that I've never really got around to playing in D&D. But literally, like, my character's going to have 1 dex on purpose. Like, I'm just going to choose to make it 1 dex so that everything that I did was just clumsy. I just think it could be a really fun way to play. Pathfinder 2 2nd edition, great alternative D&D. Isn't as toxic as Hasbro. I don't know, man. Like I don't like Pathfinder. I couldn't get into it. You like it? I know a lot of people love Pathfinder. It was not for me. I like D&D. I'm always a tank type, so my poor roll, get my hand cut off or something. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll definitely happen. But that's what's fun about it, That's what's fun about it. I really enjoyed Pathfinder 1st edition, but 2nd edition, just not my jam at all. Yeah, I couldn't get into it. I don't know. I just, Pathfinder wasn't for me. And then I tried to play like the Pathfinder video games, and they just weren't nearly as good. I mean, most D&D video games aren't very good either. Most tabletop turn to video games are not very good most of the time. There's a few outliers though. Like Baldur's Gate 3 was very good. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 were also very good. Baldur's Gate is just really good. But I mean, in Pathfinder, that whatever Wrath of the what was it called? Path of the Righteous? Is that what it's called? I don't know. Solasta was one of my favorites. That's what I want to do too. I want to play the Solasta early access. I kind of do, but I kind of don't. I kind of want to just wait for it to come out. Pathfinder 1st edition is D&D 3.5. It kind of is, yeah. And the 2nd edition is its own thing? Yeah, I can see that. Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous. There you go, yeah. Were the 2 Pathfinder 1st edition games. I didn't like them. I don't know. I didn't like either one of those. I mean, the story was okay, but I just didn't enjoy the game. I cannot wait, though, for Solasta. Oh, my gosh, dude. Solasta 2, by far the best D&D tabletop RPG game turned to video game ever. It's just the best. It feels like you're playing a tabletop game. All the Baldur's games are great. Most of the Neverwinter Night games are good. I played a couple of Neverwinter Nights games. They were pretty good, yeah. I'm holding off Solasta 2 full 1.0 before I play. The mechanics, Solasta 1 were just top tier. They were, yeah. The way in which you play Solasta was so close to a D&D experience that I honestly felt like I was playing D&D most of the time. Like, I didn't feel like I was playing a video game. I literally felt like I was sitting around with my friends playing the game. Of course, you can't do the little things, you know? Like, I can't go and... I'm trying to think of something I would go and do that I couldn't, but you can't just do anything you want in Solasta like you can in a D&D game, but you could do a lot. Is Solasta 1 good? It's a very good game if you like tabletop RPGs. It's very, very close to playing 5th edition with your friends and family at a table. It's extremely close. It's cheesy in all the right ways. It's good in all the right ways. The combat is super fun. I wish that Solasta 1 was so popular that they gave Solasta 2 the full book so they could use the entire rule book like they did with Baldur's Gate 3. That would have been awesome. Yeah, I agree with Todd. I agree with Todd a lot. Like the game itself, the storytelling of the game, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it was okay, but it was cheesy. It was cheesy enough, like a real D&D game. Like you felt like you were playing a D&D game with your friends, and just like just everything was goofy, you know, or just like, okay, the reason that we're gonna go do this is because literally the beginning of Solasta 1 is. You're going through and you accidentally touch a crown, and whoever touches the crown first, this little spoilery, by the way, whoever touches the crown, the crown gets, it's a cursed crown, and it gets like stuck on that player, right, for the rest of the game. And so that player becomes like the focal point kind of the rest of the story. And I don't know, it's just the voice acting was good enough to pass, but it was cheesy enough to make it like enjoyable. Like people literally sitting around a table trying to voice their characters really poorly. It was kind of like that. They need to take Snare away from Wizards. You think so? Solasta's biggest issue was the race bound DLC, but now it's older. Not so bad. The race bound DLC? I don't remember that. I didn't play the last DLC of Solasta. Off you get your kiddos later. Have a good one, Ice Cream Hunter. To be honest, they need to take all CC abilities away since they are pure DPS. It's not their role. Sorry, I had to clear my throat there. I think he's stuck in the past again. I don't know. I had the fortune of playing the game and all DLCs co-op with a buddy, so we got to laugh the cheesy parts. Really enjoy the tactical parts together. That's awesome. Yeah, I played with a buddy of mine as well. For some of it, I played Divinity Original Sin 2. All co-op, 4 players, 100% of it all the way through co-op, and that was so much fun. I want to do that with Solasta too. I want to get 4 people that absolutely love the game, and we play it together. By the way, Todd, you might like a game that what's the name of that game? That you need to check out. You might really enjoy it. Sunderfolk. This game right here. Have you played that? It's kind of like playing D&D ish. Super fun game. You can play it 100% with your phone. It's you connect to the game. It's a video game, but you play it with your phone and you tell your character what to do. It's like you're moving your minis, your miniatures around on the map. You would probably really like this game. Unfortunately, I don't think it did as well as it could have. But, yeah. What is the Inkbound? I think Inkbound might be their new game. I don't know why I need to buy this. I have the game, clearly. What is this, though? What the heck? Nice try. Please enter the correct pin. What are you talking about? That's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Whatever. I forgot my pin. I recently, like February, finished Baldur's Gate 3 Honor Mode run with 4 people. That was fun. Yeah, it's so much fun playing games with other people. So much fun. Just wishlisted Thunderfolk. Looks like I have some other friends who have wishlisted as well. Awesome. Yeah, you would like that game. You could play it with, I think, 4 characters when you play it. And it's drop in, drop out. So it doesn't matter like who plays it as long as they know what they're doing. I would recommend, though, starting with 4 players and play the very first original thing. And you can play through it a couple different times. It's really fun. It's really fun. I liked it a lot. Unfortunately, because of the play style, using your phone to control your character, some people found it a little bit weird, but I like it a lot. I thought closed beta server was closed. It was until yesterday. They opened it up yesterday. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Oh, we can disenchant those, get some of these items, and get the T4 enchants. Actually, I can make you T4 enchants while we're sitting here if you want. Let me look. So we can do greater wisdom on your helmet right now. All right, that'd be +4. We'll see what else we get. We'll make some more. Yeah, it's dark. So those are going to be the only wisdom ones I can make, is helmet and necklace. You don't want anything else? You don't like want stamina or anything? Oh, well, we could actually make, yeah, I could make like mana for rings, I think. But I can't, yeah, I can't make them here though. I have to make those in town. Yeah, I think HP and mana on rings, maybe even earrings. I don't remember. Yeah. Yeah, we can try. Yeah, is Kaz going to be around, or is he going to be playing Path of Exile? I'm sure it is, yeah, because it's got the new league. So he'll play that for a week or two, and then he'll get bored with it. Wow. It started raining. It is raining hard. Kids are at the pool, too. They're going to get all wet. Wait a minute. I'm kind of irritated with my this thing here. Like, why is it? That's really loud. I apologize. Turn that down. What is this? Inkbound. Play with friends. That looks cool. I didn't even know they made that game. It's like a turn-based RPG but you can play it multiplayer. I wonder if everybody has to own the game. Let's see. Does everyone need to own Inkbound to play? Yes, everyone in the group needs to own their own copy of Inkbound to play. See, I don't like that. That's one thing I really liked about that other game that I was just talking about. This one's Thunderfolk. Only one person needs to own it, and then 4 people can play it. I want to see more games like that in the future. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm surprised you got that second spawn. Wait, isn't that inside of whatchamacallit? I didn't know you had access to that. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, they're probably going to change a lot of that stuff up, but we'll see what they do. We just need to go camp everything we possibly can as we level through. Do we know what the first 4 classes, the update, Spellblade, Wizard? We don't know the other other 2 yet. Fee. They have not announced them, so we'll see when they announce it. Maybe Sean will tell us later this week before the 7th, but supposedly it's going to be on the 7th. That's the last date that I heard. June 7th for the first 4 classes. That lamp more rare than the sword? Yes. The lamp is the rarest item this guy drops. It's super rare. Super rare. Super rare. Stable Master's Claymore. Oh boy. Let me see. 1637. The ratio could be better, but yeah, I think it's just that people want to get a good two-handed weapon, but the ratio is not that great on it. It's actually kind of crappy. Yeah, strength is good, but you want to have like a ratio that's really close to 0.5 for a two-handed weapon. Because there's like 4, I think, in the game that are over 0.5, like 0.52 or something. Were any of the 0.5 200 weapons obtainable outside of raid content? Yes. There's only one in the raids. The other ones are all outside of raid content. Oh. He takes a diseased meat, though? That's weird. Okay. Yeah, I didn't do the cemetery quest on closed beta. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I don't think so either. He's not putting 2 and 2 together there. He probably thinks I'm talking to somebody else, like a mistel. Uh-oh, I'm hungry all of a sudden. That's so weird. Sometimes it just doesn't eat your food or drink your drink. No, I have plenty. I just didn't need any for some reason. It's popped up and said I'm out of food and water. I might actually use some of this gear on like an alt or something next week when the new classes come out. I might make one. I kind of want to try out a ranger if they release that. That's what Sean said, is they're going to do 4 of them on the next update. And the only update he was talking about was June 7th. He was saying that that's going to be the next big update. Well, he said after the open beta ends, they were going to do an update before they brought the closed beta back up, was the plan. So I don't know if it changed or not. I guess whenever they change this whole thing, we could go camp all these scepter mobs down there. I wonder how that's going to work, because like I feel like people are going to just go down there with a full group and just pull all the mobs down there. Yeah. Yep, people are going to go down there and be like, nope, we own all the spawns because we can pull all of them to this location or whatever. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with that. Have you offered any of these items to other people? Or should we offer any of these to other people? Okay. This carved spirit totem is actually not bad. Yeah, it's only one less strength, one less stamina than what I have. Like that's crazy, dude. Like that's actually not bad at all. Like it's just the only difference is like the 4 wisdom versus the 4 charisma on the outlaw's hand, and then the HP. Like they got to do something about that and give these more stats, like something special about some of this stuff. Supposedly they're also fixing the armor class thing, so hopefully when the update comes out, I'll be taking way less damage. Because my armor class is pretty good now. I had like 550 armor class yesterday when we were doing the raid stuff. I think it should that should all come in together, like the TTK changes and the armor class changes. Like all that comes in together. Because if they make the game more difficult without increasing the effectiveness of armor class, it's going to be brutal. I hope so too, yeah. I just don't want people running around using it anymore. I'm just tired of it. Like it just, make it a special thing that you only use in certain situations. Yep. It was only a matter of time, but like the more people figure out how it works and then start utilizing it and find out the different little tricks and stuff in the game, they're just going to use it more and more and more. Like that's what's kind of frustrating to me about it. It's so strong in the beginning that people are just like, oh no, it's just kind of good. And it's like, if it's kind of good now, it's going to be really good once you guys practice with it and learn how to use it better. Man, it is good nap weather right now with the rain coming down. Whoo. Yeah, in alpha. my goodness. Where am I going to put all this stuff? Yeah, that works. Yeah, I mean he's playing Path of Exile. It's all good. I got the invite to play. You got anything for Necro or Shadow Knight? I got lots of stuff for everybody. No, I usually don't have all the stuff. I just happen to have it all right now. I'm just going to give it to our guy that sells it all. I got a guy, you know? He's my fence. I just give him all my stuff, and he just gives me money. Oh boy, oh boy. Sorry, the guild's like camping some stuff. We're trying to kind of chat about it. Anybody been playing any phone games lately? I've been like messing around with different phone games just for funsies. Like when I'm just sitting in bed at night or something, you know, just like hop on a phone game. What's the class you're interested in? For the updates? I'm interested to see what they're going to do with the Ranger. Very specific. That's like the only one that I'm really specifically interested in seeing. I probably won't play one. I'll be playing a fighter on early access. I'll be playing a fighter, whether I want to or not. That's probably the class that is going to be determined for me. Because Guild needs a tank. A reliable tank. Because without a good, reliable tank, you don't have... you're not killing any raid bosses without a good, reliable tank. That's just how it works. Least interested? What class is my least interest? I would probably say probably a rogue. I have zero interest in playing a rogue. I don't really have much interest in playing healers either. Like I don't really enjoy healer classes. I want to play a spellcaster though. Like I've been enjoying my time on the wizard, like a wizard or an elementalist or enchanter. I think would be fun. Necromancer would be fun, but I don't know. Any of the int casters could be fun. I enjoy those. I don't think I would want to play an Inquisitor. I mean, Inquisitor might be okay, but it's not really my cup of tea. But yeah, I think Rogue is probably my least interested class for me. And then Monk would be a top contender for me. I like Monk a lot. I'd totally play a Monk. I might make a Monk alt or something at some point, just for funsies. Got to fight Isar for the Monk? I do, yeah. I do have to fight Isar for the Monk. Yeah, if we had a tank for our main group, I'd prefer to play a DPS class. Really, any of the DPS classes. Or Enchanter. I really enjoyed playing the Enchanter on EverQuest. Really liked it. I would totally play it again. Dun, 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 dun. Well, I started watching that Monarch. What's it called? Monarch: Rise of the Monsters or whatever. I've been enjoying that show. It's fun. I didn't think it was going to be that good. It turned out better than I expected. I like first season. Haven't cracked season. Oh, there's a season 2? I didn't even know it was season 2. I just watched the first. I'm like getting through the first season now. On like episode 10, I think, of the first season. I've been digging it. It's getting kind of weird, though. It's getting kind of weird because it's like they're doing all the time travel stuff. I don't know when the show actually came out originally, but I guess the show took place in that's the last episode with the time travel thing. So like it took place. There's a big old train outside. It took place like in 2017 or something. Yeah, that might be what just happened. Spider Noir is pretty good on Amazon. Gives you choice to watch it in black and white or colorized. Really, I'll have to check that one out. I like Spider-Man stuff. I dig it. Same universe as the new Kong movies. Oh, is it really? The Monarch is? I watched Godzilla 1. I don't know if I watched New King Kong. But yeah, King Kong showed up in Monarch at the end of the episode that I just watched, which might have been the last episode, so I might be on season 2 now, I guess. I'm looking forward to watching that some more. Definitely looking forward to that. I've been watching a lot more TV shows lately because I've been playing this game. I'll put on a TV show on my other computer. Monarch's supposed to bridge the time gap between 2014 Godzilla and 2029 Godzilla King of Monsters. Really? Okay. That's interesting. If you reference Skull Island at some of the other events sometimes. Yeah, I've just been kind of having it on as almost background. So I haven't been fully paying attention to it. So I may have missed like those references. But yeah, I've been enjoying it for sure. It's a cool take too, because it's not just like, you know, Godzilla's coming in and destroying a bunch of stuff, and you know, they got to fight him back. It's not like that kind of movie or TV show. Did I start watching the Gentleman TV show, like the Guy Ritchie movie? I haven't seen that one either. There's so many shows, man. Like I was looking for shows the other day, and I'm like, man, I want to watch some show, but then there was no good show to watch. And I was like frustrated. And then I found out about all these other shows. Like, I didn't realize that there was a lot more shows out there that I never watched. So kind of glad that I started watching shows again. You know, back when I used to play EverQuest and then EverQuest 2, I got so far behind on TV shows, movies, and other games. I had no idea some of the stuff that I missed during those times. Which kind of makes me not want to play an MMO again. Like, I love MMOs, but at the same time, it's like they make you miss out on so many other things in life. You're just like, oh, well, you know, didn't know that existed. What are they, raiding this place? That looks like a lot of people over there. Do 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 do. Oh boy. Well, I don't know. I might actually go watch a show. It's kind of why I was thinking about that. Is I kind of want to go watch a TV show. So I might end the stream here for today and just kind of turn the brain off. Watch a TV show. And, yeah, may just come back on here and stream some more tomorrow. They just put a campfire right outside? Yeah, like literally right outside the door. Whatever. As long as they don't come in here. Oh, absolutely. Well, anyway, I think I'm going to stop the stream here for today. I know everybody's going to be sad. Boo-hoo. I'm sorry. I think I'm going to go and watch some shows, turn off the brain. We might go to do some bingo night or something, or trivia night for dinner. So I think I'm going to go do that. But thanks for being here. Do appreciate it. It's been fun. It's been awesome. I'll be back on here tomorrow morning. We'll chat about whatever we chat about tomorrow. And probably play some more of the Wizard and such. I will see you all next time. Bye.